All right. Did I already ask you how you're doing? 'Cause I'm not doing good. The pillow's helping a little bit.
I'm doing okay.
Good. I got something here, and it says dreaming of peeing, a sign of a seizure. Started having 3 to 4 seizures. Wait, I started having seizures 3 to 4 months ago, but I didn't know they were seizures until my new neuro clocked my sleep disturbances as the obvious seizures that they are. Sometimes these are really obvious. I wake up biting my tongue so hard, I feel like it's gonna come clean off. I'm curled over myself. Sometimes there's drool everywhere. Feels like someone hit my head with a baseball bat, etc. And one time I peed. My first night in the my first night in a new Adore Me lingerie set. Go figure. But since onset, on nights when I'm not having super obvious seizures, I'm waking up at 3 or 5 in the morning thinking that I can't believe that I'm dying. And there's no GERD. I think that's an abbreviation for something. Capital GERD. Apnea gas.
Gastrointest It's gastrointestinal reflux disease is what GERD is.
All right. There's no GERD or apnea gasp or drama about it. I simply wake up and think I am dying or I was going to die right now. And if I didn't wake up, no associated nightmare. Just bad vibes, rancid vibes, really. The other thing that's happening is that I'm having a dream that I'm peeing, and seconds within peeing the bed, before waking up and scurrying to the bathroom. It started before I actually ever peed in bed, but after my seizure started, maybe it isn't a dream and my body just feels aware. My question is, could these be seizures too? Can you be dreaming during a seizure? Are the bad vibes potentially seizures? My neuro hasn't medicated me. Ambulatory EEG isn't until the end of June. Could that be a seizure? I don't know. I don't think so. Uh, but anything is possible these days. That's a different one. You got a pee, so it wakes you up. I
That's
don't think
kind of
it's a
what I was
seizure. That's
thinking.
just me.
Or since they did pee the bed, the one time they had a seizure, they're having dreams about having a seizure and peeing the bed, and that's waking them up. But I don't think it's actual seizure activity.
Right.
But like you said, I'm not a doctor, so
Yeah, I'm no doctor. Signs of peeing yourself. Those are things that happen during a seizure, so I could say, uh, watch out. But I don't think that's exactly a seizure, just that happening. Just because you peed on yourself doesn't mean it's a seizure. Try not to pee in the bed, especially
doesn't
because
sound
you're
like
an
they
adult.
actually are. It just sounds like they think they're going to, or they feel like they're going to.
Yeah, and they said rancid vibes. Uh, Definitely don't
Yeah.
want to pee on yourself and get the rancid bed and clothes. It's hard to wash a bed. Uh,
Waterproof mattress pad.
I had a friend whose kid had that. Yeah, had the plastic thing. You just pull it off, take the sheet off, wipe it down, put it back. Uh, But this
Mine
is an
goes in the
adult.
washing machine.
Oh, well, yeah, adults can get it too if you think you got a really bad problem. Um, yeah, if you feel like you gotta pee, wake up. And do I dream during my seizures? I was just thinking that because I think I do. Like it feels like there's a dream, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh, damn, I had a seizure. Like this most recent time. This is the first time I've woke up at the hospital in a long time. Uh, I haven't. Um, I've waken up in the ambulance a lot in the past years, but this is the first time I've waken up at the hospital. Uh, like already in the bed, already IV in. I was
You were
like,
out for
wow,
a long time.
right,
They did all that.
right. The IV was horrible. It was all sideways and stuff. The lady was trying to flush it, and then she just being all mean about it. Uh,
You said something about that the other day. It sounded awful.
yeah. Um, the ambulance, they put the IV in, and it was all ugly looking and like sideways, and you could tell it was bent and it should be pulled out. And she's like, but it's still in the vein. You don't want to have to put in a new IV. And I'm like, I don't mind you putting in a new IV because this hurts. And yeah, and she just like, let's just finish with this one. And she just like did it fast. She was like, and I was like, oh my goodness. And I told her that it hurts. And that's what I told her. I told you it hurts. But by then she had already squeezed it all in wherever it was. It might have went in the vein, it might have not. But my whole arm was cold then. And then I told the other lady that she was being mean to me. Uh, then she came back and she said sorry and she put in a new IV right here. There's still a little dot there. What today would be 4 days later. Yeah. And that lady was mean. She was an older lady. You know, older doctors, they're a little strict. They're like, listen here. And
Now you listen here, Sonny. We're gonna do this.
that's how I felt she was talking to me. Because she waited until I started talking. She's like talking to me, and then she waits till I start talking, then go faster. Yeah. And I was just like, oh my goodness. One of those
I hate it
doctors.
when they
She's one of those doctors who, like, on the count of three, 1, 3. Yeah, that's how she was like, and did not wait for me to get ready. Yeah. I told the other nurse, look at the IV. My arm is all not, it doesn't look like it's in my arm. And she's like, oh, yeah, you should get that one taken out. I'll send someone over here. And I look up and it's the same lady who put the stuff in my arm, the other one. And it's like, oh my goodness. Then she put another one in, and yeah, the other nurses did everything else. She didn't come back. You ever had a
scared the
nurse you
hell
didn't
out.
like?
Oh yeah, of course. They had a hell of a time getting my IV in when I was in the EMU. I think they poked me like 7 times because they put one in and then they left it in and it was very painful. So I was like, "Can you move this, please?" And then they tried to move it and they couldn't get it. Ended up having to call out the sonogram team to get the IV in.
Mhm. Yeah, my veins, they say my veins roll and they're hard to find. So they're usually like tapping my arms and then they want to check my hands and then they want to check the back of the hand and then they want to check my neck. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And they're like, how about you drink this juice and then we'll come back in 30 minutes. You might be dehydrated. And it usually works. Yeah, I
They
don't.
always look at me and think like, "Oh, you've got great veins. This will be a piece of cake." And then they can't get it because I've had so many IVs in my life that when they called out the sonogram team, they're like, "We think that you probably just had so many IVs that you're got scar tissue." I was like, it wouldn't surprise me. I've had a lot of IVs in my life.
I wonder if that's the case with me. Because
Tough skin, my veins roll, they don't cooperate.
every time I look at my arms, uh, as they're putting in, looking for somewhere to put in an IV, I always tell them I don't use drugs, and they're always like, "It's okay," and I was like, "No, I'm just saying that because there's a lot of dots on my arm, and you might think I'm using drugs." I was like, "I get a lot of shots because I have epilepsy, and I come here with needing IVs, and I don't feel like they believe me. I feel like they're just like, okay."
Thinking you're
Because
thinking
like
you're
the
playing
lady
it off.
said, she's like, "It's all right," and I'm like, "No, it's not all right. That's not a good thing." And yeah, just so used to people coming in here for stuff like that that you don't even talk about it anymore. Uh,
They don't bat an eye, tell you. They've seen it all.
yeah, because I got dots everywhere. Dot 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 dot. These things don't go away. Oh my goodness,
I see that.
you did? That's the first
Yes,
time
I
I've
can
seen
see
that.
that.
Uh,
Is that a
ever since,
bruise? Yeah, that
yeah,
right there.
that's interesting. Uh, what a seizure. uh,
Played
uh,
detective for a week.
yeah, yeah. Wasn't looking when I was showering, I guess. Showering. Uh, so yeah, there's another bruise to add to the group of bruises. This one is really purple, like purple, purple, not blue. Uh, yeah, what a life.
Try to keep it exciting, right?
Right, keep things exciting. Yeah. So I got something else here. Someone says, strange feeling of deja vu and dreamlike memories. Huh. Hi, everyone. I'm writing here because I hope to find someone who may have experienced the same things and found some kind of solution. I'm a 21-year-old girl. For a few days now, I have been having very intense deja vu episodes followed by memories that probably come from dreams. They're not memories of real events. It's really hard to explain, but it feels like my brain tightens, and this gives me a sense of dizziness and sometimes nausea. They last a very short time, maybe 5 to 10 seconds. I've read that they could be seizures or epilepsy. I can't fully explain to anyone exactly what I feel because it's so strange. Some of these, in quote, memories always seem like they come from a video game. They cause me a lot of anxiety. Have you ever felt something like this? No, but all seizures are different, so don't worry. And yeah, the hard to explain part, that's with every seizure. I just explain it just how it is, and people look at me like, what do you mean? And yeah, the doctor didn't exactly understand what I meant when I said it feels like someone grabbed me from in front of me under the ribs and yanked me towards them. And
That
she was
that
quiet.
makes total sense to me.
She was quiet for like a whole 5 to 10 seconds. She looked at the papers, and then she looked at me, and then she started looking at the papers again. And it was like, did I miss something on the papers? That's what she was looking like. Did I miss something? Because that doesn't sound like what we said, what it sounds like, what sounds like going on. They thought it was just some random seizure. Um, yeah, they thought it was. PNES seizure. I showed you that already, right? That
Yeah,
was so interesting that my bracelet says epilepsy. Call my mother, and
they didn't do any of it.
didn't do that. I don't think I filled out anything. Um,
Well, you were unconscious.
mm.
Kind of hard to fill out paperwork when you're unconscious.
Yeah, and I did have a bracelet on when I woke up, but I never paid attention to it because it's the usual three bracelets. Um, fall risk. Uh, yeah, I had the fall risk bracelet on. Then I had a red one. I didn't see what it said. Then I had a white one. I didn't see what it said. I was just worried about sleeping and getting home.
Usually the red one is an allergy.
Mm.
Are you allergic to anything?
Benadryl.
That's why you had the red one because of your allergy to Benadryl, and the yellow one is the fall risk one, and then the white one's just your regular hospital bracelet.
The red one couldn't have been an allergy because I was going to say because I was out of it. I don't know who told them that, but um, it's on the other side of my bracelet. On the front, it just says I have epilepsy, my name, my mother's name, and phone number. I think I get another bracelet for the other wrist. Uh,
You should just get one like this. It's just one of those silicone bracelets and says epilepsy on it. You can buy like a 4 pack of them real cheap on Amazon. And they have like black and yellow, red, and blue, I think, as the colors in it.
I thought getting red it would stand out, and
I got the same bracelet as you, except it's black, and then I have
yeah,
this one on this arm. So I'm labeled on both sides.
yeah, this place sucks. This county when it comes to hospitals and stuff like that.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. The worst part I heard was like I told you, they not that it's not possible, but my mother's 53. Uh like I said, they told her she was pregnant and had lupus. Uh neither were true, but you worry people with things like that. You gotta
The
do
last time I went to the ER, they on my discharge papers, I was diagnosed with yawning. So
oh, that's interesting. Yawning. Mm.
yawning. Because
Uh
I told them the only way I could get a deep breath is if I yawned. And I was having trouble even yawning, but when I yawned, I felt like I got a good deep breath. So my discharge papers said yawning on it.
oh man. Uh hospitals these days. Uh
Yeah,
the strange feeling deja vu post the comments here. One says, time to see a doctor. When I have episodes like this, though mine are Jamis vu, everything feels foreign. I try to remember it's just my brain doing something weird and write it out. There's no getting around the experience or the anxiety, but you can learn breathing exercises while waiting for the doctor appointment. Another comment here says, yes, they can be temporal lobe focal seizures. Please see your doctor and ask for a referral to a neurologist. Also, start tracking all your symptoms. Don't let your doctor brush you off. Like another poster said. One more comment here says, bruh, you describing my exact deja vu experience. Dreams, memories coming from dreams, and video games. Literally had one with Halo and Star Wars with nausea and stomach pain. You ever thought of a video game during a seizure? Me either.
that I recall. Honestly, I don't really remember anything from my seizures. I just wake up and then try and figure out what happened. And eventually I put all the pieces together and figure out, oh, I must have had a seizure.
So now I'm putting all the pieces together. You've helped me. You've showed me the obvious signs, my clothes and everything else that was on the right side, including my hand. And oh wow, I'm finding more bruises now that I'm checking. I got one right here, and I got one right here. Like usually I get a bruise and it's like blue. This one is like legit purple. Like if you put something purple next to it, must have hit this one hard.
Is that a tattoo on your arm?
Yeah, right here is my mom's name.
Is that what it is?
That's all. Only tattoo.
I want
Uh,
more.
me too. Uh, think I will my next one. I'm gonna get the one to cover this. And then I'm gonna get Jeff's name next to it.
I'm gonna get
Then
one right here. And then I have two other ones that I want cover-ups. So that will be
cover-ups.
big and difficult and expensive. I gotta go talk to somebody and see what they think would be good to cover it.
Why is there a cover-up? Someone's name?
No, it's I got two tattoos, like one on each side of my like my rib cage and my waist going up and down. And I got them done after my divorce, and now I just don't want them anymore. They're not very good, and I don't want them. I would rather have something else. So I want to cover them up.
Okay. Um,
I like the other two I have, or three that I have. Because I
yeah, I
got
want
tattoos on both my shoulders, and then I got the, typical 90s tramp stamp right after I turned 18.
typical 90s. I remember they used to say that uh, because I had an uncle in the 90s who got one. So he was
You get
just
a
like,
tramp stamp too?
yeah, but in the 90s it was made fun of, and he was like 18 or something. Uh, prison tattoos. Uh,
I like mine. It's pretty, but they even when they did my back surgery, they literally had to cut it in half. And when they
wow.
sewed it back together, it looks really nice still. So I'm not mad. The surgeon complimented that they did a really good job centering my tattoo.
Hmm. Doctor should be a tattoo artist. Um, I got something here then, and it says feeling dumb. I'm feeling dumb and half knowledged among others. I have been sharing same cab with a guy for about a month or so. Yet I couldn't tell at least the point where the person gets in the cab to the new cab driver who doesn't know the directions. My cab mate said, "You don't know this?" and gave a friendly laugh, but it felt like a huge embarrassment to me for someone my age. Another incident is like when I join conversations and start to socialize, they build up to basic conversations of everyone's life, but I stop mid conversation because I feel like I don't know what they are talking deep about, mostly because I never got to experience or never really got exposed to real life due to my condition. Does this happen to you guys? Hmm. I feel dumb all the time, but that's because I go blank sometimes. But sometimes I laugh at myself. So, uh, yeah,
Life is easier with a sense of humor.
right. I was gonna say that you can feel dumb. Just have a little sense of humor, you know. Uh, I find something to laugh at everything.
Well, and I know I used to get really, it bothered me a lot when I would start talking, then I'd forget what I was talking about or what I was trying to say. But now I've learned to just say, I totally forgot what I was talking about. And,
Hmm.
you know, nobody really gives a shit. So,
I think people it bothers other people more than it does me.
yeah, I
Uh,
don't know. Maybe it's because I'm getting older and I'm just at the I don't really give a fuck what anybody thinks stage.
I like that at that stage. Oh shit! Forgot I had change in my pocket.
I
Uh,
spent enough of my life worrying about what other people thought. So I don't really care anymore. Too much wasted energy.
right. But yeah, with the feeling dumb and can't join the conversations and all that. That's I'm gonna say get used to it, but it's common for me and a couple of other people I know. So yeah. Ooh, I got a good one here. It says instant fatigue and puking. So recently, this has been happening a lot lately. My primary physician already contacted my neurologist at my EMU to ask what's next, but I'm not sure what's going on. I have Dravet syndrome, myoclonic generalized epilepsy, and I take zonisamide and lamotrigine. Past few months, I've been struggling with a sensation of instant fatigue where all I can do is sit and stare. When I get up, I throw up. It comes a few hours after taking my meds. Lamotrigine is the only one I recently switched to again, so I'm guessing it either doesn't work well or it's a side effect. What do you think? Um,
I don't recall that ever happening to me. I would call the doctor and talk to them about the new med if it started after they started the new med.
right. I think that's the main. Everyone.
Es- Especially when it's happening right after they take their meds.
Right. That definitely seems weird, and get that checked out. Um, yeah, if it's after you're taking a med, I just assume it's the meds. And puking every day, and every time you take this med, that sucks. And then you don't know if you're keeping it down. Yeah, call your neurologist today.
Definitely. Definitely.
Uh, at the most, I know it was a bad one. Maybe if I have a fever afterwards or the postictal headache, which I didn't get this past time. I got all these bruises, which is hilarious. Got a bunch of bruises, but no other sign of a seizure. I could say I didn't have a seizure. Someone beat me up, but
I wouldn't be mad about not having that headache.
yeah,
I've had a few seizures where I didn't have the headache afterwards, and they were much more pleasant than the headache ones.
yeah. That's how this one was. It was like, can I get out of here? Can I go? Why are you guys watching me? And you guys have no idea who I am, where I came from. You guys have no information on me because I woke up here. Uh, and it's really interesting that I do not remember looking at the bracelet with my name on it. Like I said, I've
They
never
obviously
been.
figured out who you were if your name was on it.
I don't know if it was. That's what I'm thinking. Like, what was my name? What information do they have? Who are they going to mail for? Who are they going to bill? Uh,
They might have gone in your wallet and seen your driver's license or something and been able to pull something up.
Possible. Hmm. Didn't think of that. No, no, not possible. Uh, well, actually, it is possible, but they would have had to go through my bag because I took my jacket off because it was hot um, in this county, but it wasn't hot where I came from. So I took my jacket off and I put it in the bag. My wallet was in that jacket that I put in the bag, and the jacket was still in the bag when I got home. Uh, so I'm not sure. Um, but
That's
yeah,
interesting.
yeah. So just some random person, and yeah, I don't know where they're gonna send a bill to. That I did not think of that. Um, I need someone to look at my back because now I'm thinking all these bruises here. I might want to check the other side of me that I can't see. I'll check when I get in the shower.
I'm gonna say just strip down and turn around. I'll look at your back.
But these bruises here are very interesting on my wrist and here. And you said you can see this one, right?
Yeah, that one's very visible.
Yeah. So, mm,
You were boxing.
yeah, with the dirt. Yeah. Uh, with the what's it called? Train platform. And I just keep thinking now that I was not supposed to be there. And that was a really good sign that something's going on. That I got off the train and went to the other side and just stood there. Um,
Something had to have been going on with you ahead of when you actually fell because the whole walking around the trash can and not understanding that, standing there talking to the guy on the wrong platform, there was something.
yeah,
Something wasn't firing right.
it was the build up. Yeah, something wasn't firing right. Because I've never just walked up to someone and just started talking. But that's exactly what I did this time. I walked up, I sat my bag next to him, I asked him, "How are you doing? Uh, what are you listening to?" And he showed me a screen of his phone. And I went into a full conversation with this guy. And that's not me. Uh, I don't just go start conversations with random people. Uh, but that's exactly what I did. Like, I remember there being no one out there and me just crossing and going straight to him. Um, like, went and stood next to him, which was really weird. The bag wasn't in between us. The bag was on the outside of me, and I'm talking to him. I set the bag down. Then I started having a conversation, and then he was telling me what he was listening to. Um,
I'm surprised you remember this much,
it comes to me.
honestly.
It comes to me days after as I'm remembering it. I'm trying to. It's more of it's coming to me as I'm trying. Uh, so mm, mm. Now I remember going in the train station too. So I didn't get right off the train and go over there. I didn't remember that part. Going in, sitting down, then going outside. Uh, yeah, good times, good times. The rest will come to me. But yeah, as far as I remember, waking up when I'm getting taken out of the ambulance, you know, that first drop, that one you only feel when you, that back wheel drops.
Yeah, when they,
Yeah. And then I'm like, oh, I had a seizure. All
I
right.
hate
So
ambulances.
went back to sleep. And then I woke up in the emergency room. Uh,
What's really weird too is I've never been to the hospital for a seizure other than for EMU stays. I've never been in an ambulance. I've never woken up with paramedics.
um, Another interesting thing would be, uh, oh, actually, no, that's totally off topic. Uh, yeah, I remember coming to, when I did come to, well, not come to. When I woke up again, well, actually, that's not when I. Okay, when I came to again in the hospital bed, I was in the hallway um, with my privates in my hand, and the urinal thing was hanging on that bar that's next to me. So I wasn't holding it, but I was putting myself into it, and like my hand was into it. Oh wow, okay, it all makes sense now. because I remember the guy grabbing the little partition, putting it in between me and the walkway, but I was done peeing by then. And I remember a lady coming over and then walking away. Oh wow, my memory comes to me funny when we're done. I mean, when the seizure's over. Days later, it's coming to me slower and slower. But this was at the hospital, so I remember getting out of the ambulance, going back to sleep, then waking up in the urinal. I don't know how the urinal even got there, but it was hanging there, and I just remember looking around like I gotta pee, and nothing, just didn't, wasn't paying attention to anybody. I don't know where that guy brought that little thing from, but now everything makes sense. Uh, Everything totally makes sense now. Hey James, how you doing?
What's up? What's up, man? Doing all right? How's your finger, man?
It's swollen.
A little
Uh,
better day by day.
Is the pain like worse or the same or
um, it depends. It's a pain not having it, so I'd say worse. Uh, I don't know if it's exactly getting better because I can't take off the lid to a water bottle. I haven't had to ask my mom that so many times ever. Uh,
you,
Maybe you just sprained it.
you should get it you should get it checked out, man.
they keep saying that. Now this is how I open a water bottle.
Yeah. Or you start to become ambidextrous for like a week, right? I've
Yeah,
Yes.
I
yeah,
can't open the water bottle.
I've done that
Oh, there we go.
I've done
Got
that a
it.
couple of times over the years from, crashing on my bike and your first thing to hit the ground is one of your hands and with all your body's weight crashing down. So yeah, I've let a couple go like far too long.
I'm putting the pieces together of my
But
last seizure, and things usually come to me when I'm thinking really hard, and I haven't thought really hard on the situation. But now that I remember bits and pieces, I remember going into the train station. I remember sitting down. I remember getting back up and going outside for I don't know why. Uh, but James, you know how the train stations are here. Like, there's a train that goes one way, and then there's a train that goes the other way on the other side. I got off the train and then I went on the train. I went in the train station. Then I went out and I went to the other side, which basically, if I waited for that train, if it actually had come, I would have took myself back to where I came from.
I was gonna
Uh,
say, yeah, that would take you right back, huh? That's crazy.
yeah, I was sitting there doing stuff. Well, I was sitting there doing nothing in the train station. I just remember going in, sitting down, maybe 5 minutes, and then getting out, going outside. There was one guy out there, both on both sides, one person, and I went beeline straight to him, put my bag next to him, well, on the other side of me, and started talking to him about what he was doing, which should have been a clear sign of something is going on because I should have called my Uber from that station and went home. Uh, but yeah, good times,
Was
man.
that like the person that called the ambulance for you? Do you know? Oh, okay. I was gonna say because it'd be nice to know like who that person was. Maybe you could ask them what happened or something like that.
I remember asking him.
Dispatch.
I remember asking him, "What are you listening to?" Which is another weird thing. Just go stand next to somebody. What are you listening to? And that's exactly what I
Yeah.
remember doing, like looking over at his screen and he's standing next to me. Uh, and then he started telling me what he was listening to. Um,
Do you remember what it was?
he was Middle Eastern, but it was some type of rap. Um, And I remember telling him that sounds cool. And I remember him taking out his ear pods and putting them in and listening to it out loud. Okay, all this is coming to me right now, you guys. Uh, yeah, I remember him putting the ear pods away and listening to it with him out loud. Uh, and then that's as far as it goes.
You
So I'm
probably creeped him
assuming,
the
That's
fuck out.
yeah, I'm
seven.
assuming it was him that called because, like I said, it was only me and him out there. Uh,
Yeah.
Some strange dude comes up and starts talking to him and then goes into a big old tonic clonic. It probably scared the shit out of him.
right. I'm glad he called the ambulance. If he did, well, obviously he did, or someone, or he was the
You
only
could
ones there.
probably you could probably call dispatch and find out.
You can do that, like call 911 and say, "Someone called
Well, I wouldn't
911."
call the non-emergency line and explain, hey, this is what's going on. I'm trying to figure out what happened. They might be able to figure out which call it was because you know where you were at, what day it was.
Mhm.
Or even if they don't have like that person's, personal info, you might be able to get more out of them, like what was on the like report, if you want to call it
Yeah.
that. Like if the
What
person
was
that called had seen everything, they might have stuck around for when the ambulance got there and may have told them what happened or what was leading up to it. It might not be every tiny detail, but at least it's better than nothing. You can put more pieces together, maybe if they say one, like, I don't know, like one sentence or one detail of the story, then it might trigger a memory and you might be like, oh shit, that's right. This and this happened right before I went into it, or you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say.
I
it's
do.
it's better than nothing, and that's a hell of a lot more information than I ever remember of any of mine. So
Um, Things are still coming to me. Uh, but I do remember waking up, getting out of the ambulance. I remember the drop, and then I remember waking up. Uh, for some reason, I'm not sure why. Oh, okay. I remember waking up, urinating with a handful of myself, and looking around like, why is she looking at me weird? But I think she was supposed to be coming to talk to me. And then she turned around, and then a guy came and seen me. And then he brought this little partition so that I wasn't just wide open to the aisle. I mean, because I was in the hallway. Uh, and then,
oh, that's
yeah, it
that's the
was,
worst. I hate that.
huh?
Oh, I said that's the worst. I hate when that happens, like getting just a hallway bed because the ER is so busy.
Yeah. I
They're
like
just gonna
coming in
stick you out there, and
I
like
like
you
coming
keep
in the ambulance though. You instantly get in. You're not waiting in the waiting room.
oh yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Um, yeah.
I,
Uh,
hey, James, I rode my bike 3 miles today.
Nice. Where like on road, off road, what type of riding
Oh,
do
I
you
was
do?
just it's the first time I've taken it out this year. I need to get more air in my tires before I go out again. But that will hopefully happen tomorrow. But I just rode around my neighborhood and down by the park and stuff.
That's awesome. It yeah, it's like, I don't know, a nice way to get around, but it's also, for me at least, it's relaxing. I have like a lot of like trails and some scenic areas around me, so it's just a kind of mind
Yeah,
clearing type of thing. It still
I
concerns
just
the shit out of my parents when I do it because they're like, "Well, what if you have one on your bike?" I'm like, "Would you rather I be driving a fucking car right now? Like, what am I supposed to do? I have to move around. I'm a human being, right? Like,
yeah, I mostly got mine to just kind of run around town, get, run to the store. I can't get to the grocery store, but I could go pick up a pizza if I want.
nice. I wish I lived closer to you. offer to come over and do a full tune-up and use up some of my spare parts on it so I can get shit out of my garage. And
It
I have
doesn't need a
five
tune up
bikes in my
yet. It's
fucking garage
brand
right
new.
now. Oh, nice.
I just got it last September and then winter hit and it got packed away. So,
Oh, gotcha. What state are you in again?
Kansas.
Oh, okay. So I assume you get a good bit of snow during the winter, or at
Oh
least
yeah,
it's damn
snow,
cold
ice
enough
and
that
yeah, snow, ice and frigid temperatures.
uh
Um,
there's you got thick enough jacket, I'm sure. You can go ride. Just
Yeah.
oh yeah,
I'm
you
just
guys are
messing around.
definitely prepared when that time of year comes around. You guys are used to
Oh
that
hell
stuff.
yeah.
Uh,
Put on
that's something
layers.
we don't prepare for because we don't expect things like that.
Yeah, like if it gets into the 40s, like I'm ready to cry because I think it's so cold. Like
The 40s? The 40s? Man,
You get high
that's
40s.
that's still nice.
yeah.
That's still nice out. We get sub-zero temperatures here.
We
Oh
do not.
God, no. I can barely stand the yeah, like in the being into like the 40s or low 50s. I'm California my whole life, so I'm not used to those temperatures whatsoever. Like one
We
time
get
um I went for when I was still driving, um I went to this big like car show out in Chicago. And then the group of us, we ended up going out to Tennessee, but this was like end of February, early March. So it was
yeah.
literally like in the 20s when I was in Chicago, and I'm sitting there like all these layers, a big thick jacket on, and I'm like shivering, and like everybody else that was from the area, they're just like California boy, like
Yeah. That's like
making
throw on
fun
a
of me because I
hoodie.
wasn't used to it, and
20s unless the wind's blowing really bad, that's just throw on a hoodie.
yeah, see, I'm not used to that at
We
all.
get like tremendous range of temperatures because like I know I used to work in the weather working on cars and stuff, so I'd be outside a lot. And
Mhm.
the last summer I worked there, it was I think 115 with very high
Oh,
humidity, so it was very, very hot. And then, the following winter it was, sub-zero temperatures. I'll take the heat over the cold any day.
and yeah, that was what my next question was going to be is what I think that you guys get um pretty high humidity, right, during the summers.
Yeah, I think this morning when I got up, it was like 80% humidity. I don't
Damn.
know what it is now. I'm gonna look because I'm curious.
Damn, it's 90 degrees here.
Damn. Yeah, it was yesterday or the day before was it? But anyway, it got up to 88 at least where I am, but considering it's not even like real summer yet, there's going to be some pretty gnarly days. There was like the
Is
first week when school started back, which was like the last week of August, at least for this area. But yeah, we had like several days up over 100. And when you're working with like the little kids, just constant complaining the entire time. Like none, and I'm just like, go stand in the shade, go drink water. And some kids would come up to me and be like, it is so hot. It's so hot. Can I go inside? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you have a sweatshirt on. How about you use common sense and fucking take that off if you're so hot? And then as a cultural thing, we get people like, oh, my parents said I couldn't take it off. And I'm like, well, did your parents tell you to die of dehydration also? Like, fucking take it off. Because I don't know if you know the culture that well, but like the Indian culture, it's bad to be darker. Like, they don't want tans. So they have on like these big giant bucket hats, long sleeve shirts, and it'll still be 96 outside
Mm.
because God forbid you get a tan,
I
because
melt.
in that culture, if you're tanned, if the darker you are, that means that you're outside, you're in the sun, you work that type of job, so you're beneath everybody else. That's why there's so many Indians that are like lawyers and doctors, things like that, because it's a higher whatever status job.
Status.
You're indoors, and you don't get a tan because you're not outside like a farmer or something like that. For some
Somebody that
reason,
actually
that
works for the living.
yeah, it's so funny. Like they're like putting on sunscreen, have these giant, huge hats on when it's so sunny out and hot outside. And me, I'm like rolling up my sleeves, my white ass. I'm like, yes, I can finally get a bit of a tan. It's so like completely opposite. It's funny. So each culture has their own thing. I'm not like trying to degrade, them or anything, but I'm just like saying, like, dude, if it's above 90, fucking take the sweatshirt off. Recess is only a half hour long. It's not like your skin's gonna get, 10 more shades of pigmentation thrown onto it for that day. It's more funny to me than annoying because it's not my kid. If my kid was being like that, I'd be like, just shut the fuck up and get over it.
Wow.
My kids
Sounds.
drive me crazy. It'll be 90 degrees and they're wearing sweatshirts, and then it's 20 degrees and they're wearing shorts.
That's
um,
funny.
Whatever.
if I'm going like to the store or something, like I don't mind going to the store and what I'm wearing, uh, because we're going to the store and back. I did have on a red jacket and it went with the pants. Yeah, I had this on earlier. My mom says the same thing. It's gonna be hot out today. You gonna go out in that? I was like, yeah, we're just going there and coming back. We're not hanging out in the sun.
I I did wear a long sleeve shirt today, but it's like t-shirt material thickness. And the only reason I did is because I wore a t-shirt the last 2 days, and like the upper like like above the elbow part of my arm got super red and sunburnt. Like if you like push on it
Ouch.
for a second, you can see like where it's white
Turned
from where
white.
you're. Yeah, it's like it's hot. It feels like warm and hot, like just sitting here inside because it's like super sunburned. So I was like,
Moisturize.
yeah, I keep putting lotion on it just to be safe so it doesn't start peeling. But yeah, I wore long sleeve t-shirt today just because I was like, if it gets any more red, it's just gonna start like peeling and being all gross and dried out. I was like, I can stand in the sun for a little bit with a long sleeve t-shirt. I'll grow up and get over it.
I wonder if it's actually called a long sleeve T-shirt or just a long shirt.
I
I
don't know. I say
do a
long
lot
sleeve
of times.
t-shirt because it's like thick t-shirt. It's like the same thickness as a t-shirt material, like pretty thin, so it's not super warm, but it's also not like, the dress button-down shirts that I always wear.
Mm.
So it gets like, I don't know, explains it more in detail, if that
You
makes
just had
sense.
on a long sleeve shirt.
To me, long sleeve shirt is like my dress button down shirts because that's what I wear like 90% of the time. Like the other day, like I said, it was gonna get up to 88. I'm like, I think I'll wear a t-shirt for once in my life.
Ow. I got something here. It says, I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. 2023, brain was found indeterminate, cystic component with flare signal around it. It was eight times 5 millimeter from 2024 to now. It's grown slightly to 9 millimeters by 7 millimeters. It's in the middle left temporal lobe. This was found when my dad was dying of pancreatic cancer. So I thought I
Oh,
was having anxiety attacks. My stomach would bottom out like I was on a roller coaster or driving down a huge hill. I would pop up and pace back and forth while husband. Oh wow! I would pace back and forth uh, while husband tried to get my attention. These episodes feel like they last an eternity, but my husband said it's more like 5 minutes. More recent one was 3 weeks ago. I had an EEG in 2024, 20 minutes in office. It was negative. Things kind of lulled out, and I'm experiencing the episodes again. I call them adrenaline dumps. I have to get up, get out, and heart races, stomach drops. I'm sweating, my muscles all tingle. The panic is literally unmatched and out of nowhere. In November of last year, the left side of my face went numb for hours. I went to the ER, had a CT, everything was dismissed, and I was diagnosed with shingles, even though I had no pain and no blisters. Neurosurgeon met with me about my scan today and referred me to neurology, who got me in tomorrow afternoon. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself though. They said this was nothing in 2024. Any experience with a small mass in temporal lobe? Does this even sound like focal seizures? Should I push for more testing? I just need some advice here. I can't keep feeling like I'm dying. It's driving me insane. Sad face emoji.
To me,
Go.
that sounds exactly like my focals, and I would definitely get into the neuro and try and get an EMU stay. I would say you're not gaslighting yourself.
I don't know
That's
why I
almost
keep
like
yawning.
it's like textbook focal seizure symptoms. The whole tingling, stomach drop, disorientation, all of that.
Okay. Um, the first and only comment here says I have a 30 millimeter by 18 millimeter arachnoid cyst in my middle cranial fossa, anterior lobe, anterior temporal lobe. But I was told it was in quote small, and it's not even on the same hemisphere where my seizures seem to originate from, based on my EEG. So I don't worry about mine. However, did they say it was a cyst? I think a dermoid dermoid cyst might definitely cause seizures. Please don't gaslight yourself. You know what you're feeling better than anyone else.
Also, a 20-minute EEG being negative does not mean anything. That just means you weren't having a seizure while the EEG was going on, which is why you need the long one.
Okay.
well, I had three EEGs without. They said there was a little bit abnormal, like brain activity, but I didn't have a full seizure while doing them. But then when I did the EMU, I had three that week, and the last couple of days was me being able to get sleep, me starting a new med. So that was only within the first, you know, few days of it. I had those three. So yeah, doing the longer one is definitely different. So if this person feels they want to, fully dive in and take it a bit more serious, then yeah, the EMU isn't fun to say the least. But like I said, if they're going to go all in and they really want to get answers, they're gonna have to do it. It's only 5 days of your life, maybe 6, depending what happens to you. And I would suggest it now after having done it myself. After waiting 20 years since my first seizure, I finally did it. So yeah, that's my suggestion.
Just bring entertainment because
Yeah.
they're boring.
Yeah. Yep. And expect less than zero privacy.
Yes.
My mother came 180 miles to be with me. I called her. I was like, Mom, this thing is going to be boring and they want me to stay here for some days. Can you come here with me? She's like, sure, I'll be there tomorrow. So
Yep.
she came.
My first one, I got results, and the second one, I didn't. Sorry, I
I
didn't
got
mean to
nothing.
interrupt.
Yeah,
Nothing.
basically, I got nothing. You didn't interrupt much. They did the flashing lights, slow lights, fast lights. They did it eyes open, eyes closed, slow then fast. Nothing happened. Uh, they asked me, did I know any triggers? Of course not. Uh,
Hasn't been 3 months yet. That's my trigger.
right, you guys should catch me around 3 month mark because
Yup.
not able to explain it, but it's happening every 3 months. It's just I'm thinking to start taking some Keppra. That is a thought that because one doctor said it works good with the Motrigine, uh, and you guys could tell me if I'm acting different or not.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I got something. It says, should I keep going with this? I have epilepsy and most of my seizures are absent ones. I'm under a good medication unless I'm sick, the neurologist said. Other than that, I have no issues. I've been training for a lifeguard and doing all the saves and drills underwater to about 8 feet. Should I keep training or am I risking my life? You're risking your life. Uh, Everything we do as epileptics
Yeah.
is a risk. There's a risk to everything. But being a lifeguard, there's big risk there. And unless you're 8 feet tall, in 8 feet of water, it's a problem.
I would not, I don't even swim or anything anymore. I love water and I miss it.
Yeah,
I miss
I
taking long soaking baths, but
yeah.
now it's showers only.
My daughter, she was like, "Don't you wish you can come in the water?" And I was like, "No." I was like, "I enjoy taking you guys to the beach and you guys getting to get in the water and you guys are having fun. I enjoy seeing you guys have fun." And she's like, "Really? You don't really want to get in the water though?" And I'm like, "Nope, not really. I don't mind being on my phone here." Because my thought process on coming to the beach was watching you guys in the water, so I was well prepared. Um, but
Would you get in the water at a swimming pool that had a lifeguard?
huh?
Would you get in a swimming pool and swim if there was a lifeguard?
No. It's only because like everywhere I go, it's been a long time since I've been somewhere and not been the biggest person there. Um, so
You're afraid they couldn't handle you?
right, if you got two and they're on the ground, they're ready for it because you don't have time once I have a seizure. Once it starts, if you're not there or not on your way, you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So being the biggest person at a lot of places does suck because I don't want to risk my health or my life at a place where, yeah, it's like when we were just at the beach and my daughter was saying, "Do you want to get in the water?" I was like, "No." But then there was a guy with the boat, and it looked really fun. And then the other guy showed me a flyer of the boat and someone saying they were going to do something at that area. So I was like, okay, this is what's going on this day. Is they're doing some boat thing and they're donating the money that everybody donates for the rides. They're donating it to Shriners. So we did that, and it was exciting. When I put my feet in the water, I didn't know how much I missed it until I got in the water. I was like, this is interesting. I started putting my feet in the sand and twiddling my toes. And yeah, like I said, didn't know how much I missed it until I was actually in the water. And I missed the water, you guys.
I do too.
uh,
Hi, Kate.
Hi.
hey, Kate, how you doing?
Hello.
Well,
Um,
doctor's appointment went well. No issues.
That's good.
Yes.
nice. Yeah. Kate, do you like being in water?
Yeah. That's fun.
You like going to the beach?
I definitely like the beach more than the pool. The skin gets dry more in the chlorine quicker.
No, never looked at it like that. Um, yeah, my daughter was basically asking me, "Do I like the water?" And I was like, "Nope, don't like it." Then I was like, oh, "This isn't too bad." It's like shows me how much I miss it. Once my feet are all in it, and we're gonna go on the boat, and it was interesting. And then you can hear the boat, and then he's telling me about how many horsepower there are. It's like it's over 900. And I'm like, that's interesting. Then I get to see people flying by in the other boats. It was so interesting when I get to watch the other guy fly by, and he's like doing a wheelie with his boat. Um, and yeah, the guy did it once with us.
Dangerous.
The guy did it once with us, and he said, "I looked back at your daughter, and she looked scared, so I didn't do it again." Oh man,
That's
uh,
funny.
Your daughter did look scared, like the whole time.
you see the video? Hey, I said you want to
She
go?
was just hanging on to dad.
Oh,
Yeah, I said you want to go.
that
She
can be
said
scary.
no. When she said no, I was fine with her not going. There was so many people at the beach that you could be right there and be okay. Um, and I was like, "Well, we're going." She was like, "Okay, then I'll go." I'm like, "Are you sure?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm sure." And I'm like, "All right, we're gonna go. Once you're in the boat, you're in the boat." And then like the people pushed us off the sand, and we turned around and took off. And she was holding on to me from the start, so I knew that I was okay with her holding on if she was gonna be okay, but she was not. The grip tightened up the further we got down. But yeah, after that first jump, and then you see the water and you hear the engine, you see the water just like shooting backwards. There's like a trail of water like 30 feet behind us.
Damn.
Yeah, like I said, he's seen her and he slowed down. I wanted to get another ride, but there was a few people after us, and then that was the last one. But yeah, good times. You guys gotta go to a boat show next time, or I don't know what that was. That was like random. We just seen some people playing down there, and we're like, let's go down there. They got in the water. Yeah, but I got something here, and it says, should I keep going with this? I have epilepsy, and most of my seizures are absent ones. I'm under a good medication unless I'm sick, the neurologist said. Other than that, I have no issues. Oh, I've been training to be a lifeguard. Person says, should they keep training, or are they risking their lives? The first comment says, you're risking your lives and others. Second comment says, you're not just risking your life, also other people's lives. Right, because what if they need you to come and then you have a seizure and now you can't save them or yourself?
Right. Very bad career choice for someone with seizures.
Yeah. I do not suggest being a lifeguard. That is not something that comes to mind when I think about jobs as a lifeguard. Maybe that person likes swimming.
I like swimming too, but I know better than to go be a lifeguard.
Right. Um,
I just make sure
Yeah,
there's a lifeguard there if I do want to get in the water.
Yeah,
like,
that's pretty much all we got to look out for. That's the one thing I don't do alone.
I was gonna say that, or at least like, I don't know, somebody that knows your situation and like is gonna keep an eye on you, like, like one of your somebody you would tell about seizures anyway, or like, a close family member or something like that, that they're pretty close to you at all
That's the
times
thing, though. You want to have like enough
while
of
you're in the
those,
water.
a handful, so your family gets a break, and then that's annoying too. I miss being able to do stuff alone.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, like we kind of
yes.
we talked a little bit about it, on Tuesday. Like, no matter what, those people are going to worry about us, and doesn't matter if we're standing on land or we're floating in water,
Yeah, that too.
they're still going to worry, and either way, a seizure is still going to be something that they have to, watch out and kind of keep an eye on, right?
You guys know I
Like,
would be on a date right now if I didn't have that issue. Seriously, I got left at the doctor's office, and 20 minutes after, she was saying, "Yeah, we're gonna go to the park. We got this." They like planned a whole night, but then she called me on speakerphone after the grocery store and said he's just talking back too much. I don't think he's gonna handle the playground thing. So, stick with us. And yeah, that's the thing, because if they go anywhere and he gives her any trouble, but then I am just not available for whatever reason, then yeah, she thinks that if she was to call and say something is wrong with him, then that would like trigger me into a seizure. So yeah, it's mostly his behavior, but still the epilepsy thing was a perfect excuse of don't go out unless he's totally chill, and I won't have to call you for any reason. And that's not going to happen at 4 years old.
yeah.
Wants to
So
have
whatever.
fun.
That's my little rant for the night.
Um,
Dating's overrated.
I kind of. I think that it was kind of good that I had a seizure because I was going to be headed back to wherever. I would have got on the train because, like I said, all I did was get off the train, then go to the other side, and didn't pick up the signs that, why are you over here? Uh,
You just wanted to be friendly.
I'm not a friendly person. I'm not a mean
Yes, you are.
person, but I'm not a very uh, I'm not a walk up on you and have a conversation type person. And that's exactly what I did. And I didn't pick up that should have been a sign. Um, First of all, we're on the wrong side, headed back the wrong direction. And yeah, and then we're talking to some person who was just standing there. Um, that should have been a big sign, and I did not pay attention to that.
You couldn't have paid attention to it because your brain was misfiring, which is why it all happened in the first place. You
Yeah,
wouldn't have put it together at that point in time. You were already
Too far gone.
pre-seizure. Right. You were
Yeah.
already starting to seize.
yeah, doing weird shit like go in the dirt, like for no random reason. Uh,
Did you have a bunch of hiccups?
um,
I'm, I'm just joking because we were talking about that a bunch on Tuesday. But I mean, you might have, and that might have been like a precursor, kind of like we were, yeah, saying the other day. But I was just kind of throwing that out there as jokingly that.
um, what was your question again?
If you had a bunch of hiccups before it started.
Not that I can remember because I did have juice in my backpack. Uh, I do not remember hiccups. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like I said, just imagine a garbage can right here, cement on this side, and dirt on this side. I was on the cement, and to go around the garbage can, I went in the dirt instead of going on the cement. Thought nothing of it. At the time, I'm like, why did I just go in the dirt? But it was too late, so I was just like, all right. That was weird. Let's keep going. And then, like I said, I just stood next to that guy, dropped my bag next to me, looked all over his shoulder, like, what are you doing? And he just started randomly showing me, oh, I'm listening to this artist or whatever, some random person. Well, not random person. It was a person obviously he liked. And then he started telling me, oh, this guy raps. And this guy, he said he was Afghani. I remember that. So I don't remember the person's name that was rapping because I don't remember even what the person was saying. But it was interesting to hear someone rap like that.
Was it in English or was it in Farsi?
I don't know what it was in. I couldn't understand it.
So that would
Okay,
be a
so
different
not
language.
English at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably Farsi. I would assume if he was Afghani, but
Yeah.
That would have been entertaining.
Yeah.
I don't understand a single word of it. But I love like Indian like music,
Hmm.
like hip hop, like the stringed instruments that they have in like in the beats, and then like how the woman's voice is always like super high pitched. Like I don't know, like everything goes together hella well.
It
Like
is very distinct.
I've heard it like my whole life, but I don't know a single word in that language. I just like kind of yeah, just like the whatever you
Just
want to
let it
call it,
play.
the details of it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Like
Yeah.
anybody have like a music like that? Like it's either in a different language or just something they don't understand. Like
I listen to some Spanish music, but it's kind of because I can understand it because I like it. The
yeah,
lyrics
I
are
listen
definitely
to
a big part in the Spanish music.
German stuff. I know very sporadically some
Oh,
stuff
okay.
like stuff in yeah, in German though.
I don't know
But
why I remember counting in like three different languages and like that's all I remember.
I remember my kid knows German. I remember some guy at the beach I went to last weekend knew German, and she said he's speaking German. And I said, you speak German? And she said, a little.
she said, "Ja, sprechen Sie Deutsch."
Uh,
It just
yeah.
means I speak German. I know very basic phrases. I took classes for about a year, but then where around here there's nobody to practice with. Like the major cultures are like Indian or Punjabi, whatever you want to call it, and then like Chinese and Japanese. Like basically the furthest away you
The
can
other
get
side of
from
the
like
world.
German
Yeah.
culture. So I have nobody to practice with. And then the school I started at, there's a family from Germany and they have 3 kids there. Well, one's going to be graduating here in a couple of weeks, but yeah, but they are all fluent in German. So I'm like, yes, I'm practicing like basic sentences with them. And I can tell by the way they look at me sometimes, they're like, your accent's terrible, but but they're too nice to say it.
My daughter, she also knows Spanish. So I took Spanish in high school, so I know some. Uh, what was funny was like, she said, you said you took Spanish in high school. And I was like, I did. And she's like, what are some words you know? And I was like, hola, uno.
So learning a new language is basically memorization, and as we all know, for all of us, that's not exactly a strong point.
That's
So
what I told her.
It'd be hard to get
Definitely
it to
not.
stick.
yep. Especially when yeah, you don't really like practice it or put it to use like most days it gets rustier and rustier in your mind, and eventually evaporates and there's no there's no coming back from that.
She was like,
There's no return.
she was
Yeah.
like listening to this guy's conversation, and then tells me he knows German, and then I'm like thinking you're listening to their conversation as well, but they didn't mind once they figured out she knew German. The guy started showing me stuff on his phone, and he showed me the flyer for what was going on and the big crowd that was down there.
Right.
Uh, yeah. And my daughter, whatever he said to her, she gave this guy, random guy, my phone number. It was too late once I figured it out. So, yeah, he sent me the flyer for what was going on at the place we were at because
Oh, nice.
it looked like someone's Facebook story. He just screenshot, and then
Yeah.
yeah, uh, that's good. If someone's saying something bad about you in German, then my daughter would have been able to tell me, but nobody said anything. I'm assuming because we didn't. I wasn't told anything.
I
Good
know
people.
that's why I want to learn it. Have you ever seen like there's a few people, or probably more than that, but all I've seen like people on YouTube that know like hella different languages. So like one is like this like he's a little bit like chubbier, like a white guy, like just your basic pale white guy, but he speaks like 50 different languages. So he goes into like Chinese restaurants and then he'll start off in English, but then all of a sudden he'll break out in like perfect, fluent, Chinese or Cantonese, and he knows all these different dialects. Or like sometimes he'll catch, like the workers at these places like talking shit about him, like they think it's behind his back because they don't realize that he knows all of these languages and can actually make it out. So like they'll say something bad about him, but then he'll reply to their comment like in fluent, whatever the language is. It's hella funny. Like their faces are like hella shocked. They'll be like, "What? You speak Chinese, but you're a foreigner. You're a white boy. You're this like like hella crazy stuff." And it's funny too to
Ringo.
see. Yeah, yeah, great in Spanish. Yep. It's funny too to like see like when he goes to other places or other countries, like they're like, "Oh, you're a foreigner. You're a white boy." But like imagine if I said that to anybody here like in America. Like it would just be like the most like racist like shit. You know what I you know what I mean? Like if I went up to, Pookie and I was just like, "Oh, what? You speak English, but you're a black." Like that would be like like that would be super racist to say, right? Like you would probably be offended if like like a stranger said that to you, right?
As you
You'd be like,
sitting
"What are you?"
there thinking, what other language is there?
Yeah. Like
Um,
I don't know like different languages in Africa. I know there's obviously a ton because there's tons of different countries there. But like if I said something like that to you and I was just a
not
complete
from Africa.
stranger, you'd be like, what the fuck? Just because my skin is this color doesn't mean I'm that like
uh,
race or that I'm from there or like but it's like perfectly normal like dialect and like words in other countries. It's hella funny to me how sensitive we are here. But
I did the 23andMe, and most of the me was
uh-huh.
Haitian and Italian. I have no idea where the hell that comes from,
I
but
was gonna say, yeah, the Italian would probably be one of the last things I would guess if you
it
asked me.
was
Like,
it was like Italian was like 28%. Haitian was like close to 40, and then it was just like a mixture of a bunch of other places that I never heard of, and most likely just uh, either they were taken there on a boat
yeah,
or they just were
pro-
born there.
most likely, unfortunately, yeah. Like, I know you guys have, see me. My grandmother on my dad's side was born in Mexico,
Nice.
but I do not look Mexican. I do not act Mexican. I don't speak Spanish.
Why
I
not?
like I mean, I guess I should be able to. I should have learned it, but yeah, it's just funny. Like people are like, "Oh, you're white," and I'm like, my grandmother was born in Mexico. My dad's half Mexican, half German. Like, how am I a white boy? Like, what the fuck?
Well, so they can't call you gringo when you go to Spanish. You gotta be like, no, no, no.
I know, right? Got to like whip out a picture of my grandmother and everything. Her parents, which would be my great grandparents, didn't even speak English.
Mm.
Like they moved to LA, um, and that's how, like, yeah, my grandparents, met was there. But so that wherever they, lived exactly, obviously plenty of Spanish is spoken there, so they didn't really need to learn it. But yeah, they never, your basic phrases, obviously, after you've lived somewhere for years and years, you get like, please, thank you, hello, your basic stuff. But if you asked them like, oh, which street is this, or how do I get to this place, they'd be like, no, I speak English. Like, would be their only reply. I never met my great grandparents or those ones directly. This is just, yeah, going off of like stories from my grandmother and my dad, but I'm pretty sure my grandma would remember her parents pretty well.
Um, I'm still healing from this injury. So if you guys keep seeing me do this, it's because I'm stretching because the shoulder hurts. Uh,
Get
what a
some more ice
seizure.
on it, man.
Put some ice on it, you said?
I said, yeah, get some more ice on it again.
Uh,
I honestly don't know if that would help. I'm just throwing out random suggestions. I just want to see you get better, man.
um, yeah, I got this bruise right here too. I'm finding bruises too. This is interesting to find a bruise the next day. I haven't looked at my legs, which I should. And the back of my right hand hurts, uh, but there's no scab or anything. But then my thumb is swollen as well, and this is going on the fourth day. Uh, it's going down. Um, yeah, what could that be? Swollen for 5 days or 4 days.
I,
Probably sprained
honestly,
it,
that's a lot, man. But
or
So
it's
then
broken.
I keep this pillow on my lap for my arm because it feels like it should be in a sling. Uh, feels better when I'm holding it like this. So I got something here. It says myoclonic plus tonic-clonic seizures. Because I have seizures, I can't really go outside. Supervision, I can't really go outside supervision, which I can realistically only get from my parents and means I barely have one friend. I also can't do so much stuff like cook or think or talk properly, and it's just such a miserable life. Studies show Studies show that epilepsy makes things require 5 times more effort than someone who is physically fit, and everything is just miserable. I am also physically unable to work or socialize, and it just makes my life sad. All I want to do is drink so the pain goes away and sleep. Anyone else with both myoclonic and tonic-clonic seizures who may have advice would be so appreciated. Also, wondering if anyone gets 100 plus myoclonic seizures per day. I know it's a bit abnormal, but I was wondering if anyone else got it. Um, what I can say is get better sleep. Someone once told me that getting better sleep would help, and getting better sleep has helped. because of me having insomnia, it's harder to get to sleep. So I can get good sleep once I get to sleep, but get more sleep, less myoclonics. Um, and yeah, I don't know what studies you've seen, um, but yeah, as long as you put your mind to it, you can do it. I was once told. Um, Also, one thing I did find is my mother got this lemonade yesterday from the dispensary. Uh, I told her that we shouldn't be smoking and drinking because we're not going to be able to tell the difference. But eventually, that drink, I was so tired. Uh, and this morning, I haven't woke up with crust around my eyes and slept that good in a while. Um, yeah, when I woke
Pookie
up,
sleep tonic.
huh?
It's Pookie's new sleep tonic.
I was thinking that. I did go to sleep at 12 o'clock, which is late, but I went to sleep before the ones and one digit numbers, which was good. Well, I laid down at 12:40 something, so I probably wasn't asleep by one. But yeah, those things I did notice were interesting because we drank the whole bottle. It's like, let's see, kind of like this bottle. Uh, well, looks exactly like this bottle. Then it has the top, uh, and we drank the whole thing. And I told her, we're not going to feel it, Mom. We're drinking and smoking. It's just not going to hit us right. And it worked. Uh, yeah, helped me sleep. But yeah, shout out to Nature Mate.
Maybe smoking enhanced the effect of the sleep drink.
Come again?
Maybe smoking made the effect of the drink even better.
Uh, yeah, I don't know what that was, but yeah, it worked.
You guys ever get nauseous when you smoke?
No, does this exact opposite. Usually takes away the nausea.
It doesn't seem like adding weed to anything out west would be a crime because the shit that we try to get out here is just disgusting. So it'd be way better to have like the good weed
Um,
and not even have to worry about nausea and anything like unpleasant. But you know,
I
works with
smoke too much. I get sick to my stomach.
is it like illegal to have weed in those places that you guys are in?
technically it's only supposed to be the THCA. You're not supposed to have anything with a THC over 0.5%.
But
So
they
how are
don't
they gonna
typically prosecute here.
they prosecute for having it on you?
They could.
They
So
can, but they usually
basically
don't.
a douchebag could hold it against you, but again, that's not a reason to start any kind of legal interaction on like, yeah, no. You don't want to give the cops anything to use against you.
From what I've heard around here, if you get caught with it, you pretty much get a ticket, and unless you're have quantities where they think you're distributing. If you could get distribution, you're screwed. But if you just have like personal use amounts on you, then they're not really gonna say much. They might give you a ticket. They don't want to waste the court costs.
Okay, good.
But I wouldn't know from personal experience, so I don't know for sure. That's just what I've heard.
Yeah, I don't have any plans of bringing any, but I'm just saying. Uh, just wondering. It is a problem to have it on you there. Okay. Uh,
What I find interesting is like in Kansas City, half of Kansas City's in Kansas and half of it's in Missouri, and it's legal in Missouri, but not in Kansas. So if you
Same
cross
thing.
state lines with it, it's a felony.
Yep. Same thing from Virginia to Tennessee.
this all seems like very interesting because I'm in California. It's just like, wow, you guys have to go through all this. Uh,
The things that we have to learn. So unfair, right?
you guys would come here and be like, wow, be amazed how you can just walk in.
I would
How you
be.
doing?
Kate came
Uh,
from Florida, so she understands, but I've
Yeah, but
never ever
we've been
been
gone
anywhere
four
where it's
months,
legal.
so I don't remember that much. I couldn't tell you anything about True Leave in Florida anymore.
oh, wow. Oh man. Yeah. For this person, 100 plus myoclonics a day, never. But I suggest getting some rest, and that's what helped me. Um, better sleep helps with the myoclonics. Uh, try some B12 by Nature Made gummies. Uh, those also worked for me. So
The sleep is a really big deal because it gives you energy to use too. Like for me, the control comes from like having busier days, knowing kind of what I'm gonna do throughout the day and just staying busier. Making sure that the like exercises get in, just having meals kind of planned and ready. And yeah, I don't know if it's more a routine or staying busy, but it's better just kind of knowing what you're gonna do. Even if it doesn't go that way. I don't know. Been having less seizures, or less severe ones anyway.
me too. I'm thinking that this last one may have not been uh not been that long.
Severe.
I was thinking maybe it was a short one because I didn't have the postictal headache at all.
But you
I
were
was
out for a long time.
Yeah, I was out of it for a long time, and that was a very good nap as well. Um, I woke up and it was nighttime, so it was almost nighttime when I disappeared or had the
Lost
seizure.
consciousness.
Yeah, there we go. We use that one. When I lost consciousness, it was light outside. When I came to, I was getting wheeled into the hospital, and it was pitch black outside. Um, yeah, so it's hot today. It is 96 degrees at the moment. Uh, so my suggestion: get better sleep as much as possible, as soon as possible. What I do is get all the sleep I need, no matter how. Because of the insomnia, I go to sleep late, so it's like it's hard to fall asleep, but I get good sleep. I make
What
sure I
time do you
get good
usually
sleep.
get up?
Um, I'm usually up. I wake up at 10 to take my pills, which is my pill time. Um, and if I'm too tired, then I'll go to sleep until 11:30 ish. Unless I have to wake up and take a shower before the podcast, then I'll wake up. Uh, Other times I'll come in my pajamas. If you guys haven't noticed, um, I mean not today, but yeah,
I've been on the podcast in pajamas many times.
me too. Anyhow, I got some comments here. One says you did the right thing, which is to reach out. I haven't been in a state that you are. However, I have my own sense of loneliness. This has been made better by people coming to see me at my home. My dog is one of the best parts of my life. Can you qualify to get a service dog, or is it too much of an ordeal? What I will say is here in California, I could have had a service dog, but it's too much, it was too much of an ordeal. The number that the guy gave me, where he got the service dog from, he had PTSD because he went to Vietnam. Uh, yeah, and he kept going, call this number, youngster. Kept calling me youngster. I was like, oh yeah, this guy's definitely old. Uh, yeah, so um, yeah, I called that number that he gave me, and they told me that I have to talk to my doctor, tell the doctor about the program, and
Get a prescription.
he'll he'll make a referral for me to get a service dog, and they'll call the company that gives the company that pays for the dogs or something like that. But then the company that was giving the dogs, they're like, okay, you got to do all that stuff first. Call your doctor, tell your doctor to call the other company that's going to pay for the dog. I didn't know it was another company that'll pay for it. So I was just like, there's a lot of stuff to do. And I'm not going to get to talk to my doctor until you never know when, especially going over the app. He's probably not going to want to talk about a dog. He's going to take time out of his poor schedule to. Oh, wow. Can you guys hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
Can you hear that?
I just
Oh,
hear you talk.
oh, wow. Sounds like my neighbors are having sex with their window wide open. And I'm hoping this isn't getting
That
recorded. I'm hoping they can. If you can't hear it, then obviously probably no one can hear it. But nice. Day sex, 3 o'clock.
at least somebody's getting
Anyhow,
some.
right. So one more comment here says 100 plus myoclonics. That's insane. I do have a lot. Never counted them. They happen in clusters, usually 3 at a time. What kind of myoclonics do you have? Upper body, legs, or arms? The irony of writing this and then having an actual myoclonic. It just happened, by the way. I know how demoralizing they can be. I have tonic clonics on top of that. Takes a lot out of you. I'm sorry you're going through this. Why can't you make friends? Because you can't go out? Or is it the result of resulting the exhaustion from your seizure?
They should come on here and make friends.
Right. There's some cool people on here.
We're all awesome.
I haven't met anyone that I've just been like, I don't think they should be here. I've even met a parent. She was awesome. She was from uh, Munich. I remember that. She's from some kind of European place, and I think I remember her saying Munich. Um, but her son had epilepsy, and she was telling us that she thinks he's not telling her everything. And I told her he's probably not telling you everything because there's a lot that goes along with um, everything. There's so much to explain that you can't tell a person everything because you have to go in detail sometimes. You got to be like, okay, so this happens like this. And yeah, um, I got something else here, and it says, ow, I clapped my hands and my thumb hurt. Denied a job
Good.
due to epilepsy. I work in education and I was looking for a summer job. A moving company was hiring. I would not be driving or anything, just packing and carrying boxes. They asked me in the interview if I had epilepsy and told me they decided not to hire me because of it. I'm not a legal expert, but isn't asking a violation of the ADA? I know not hiring me because of it when it would not cause an issue is a crime. Um, I don't think they can ask you, do you have epilepsy? Like, where do you get that random thought from? Do you have epilepsy? That's a hell of a
Yeah,
diagnosis to pull out of nowhere.
I don't think they're supposed to be able to ask that,
Yeah.
but I'm not real fluent in the laws, so don't take my word for it.
Yeah. I'll read some of the comments. Popcorn emoji. Well, your consults are often free. Get one for sure. There are a ton of nuisances in ADA discrimination law. Following, good luck. Another comment here says there are loopholes in the ADA that companies can exploit. I had a job fire me after I had a seizure at work. The argument is that they couldn't make my workspace safe. It's in the ADA. If they can reasonably accommodate safety, they can terminate because of the safety concerns. Safety concerns is in quotes, and not the disability itself. Okay. Yeah. Still messed up, but another comment says, in my opinion, it's never good to tell them you have epilepsy if you're trying to get a job. Another comment says, not a problem if it's potential safety issue or liability to the customers or clients. Uh, One more comment says, hypothetically, if you were carrying a delicate item, had a seizure and dropped it and broke it, they would be liable for that, along with their reputation. I'm not saying it's discriminatory because it is. I'm not saying it's not discriminatory because it is, but a lot of manual labor and workshop jobs have to be. How frequently do you have seizures is the question. Did you give them any reason to think that you may have one? Uh, yeah, I don't usually just go in there and be like, I have epilepsy. And I think if they ask, being that I think it is illegal, I just wouldn't tell them, to be honest. I may or may not be diagnosed. Yeah. Um, there's a comment here that says there are different areas for different. There are different areas for different areas of hiring and working. Yes. Um, got something here that says, why does the system have to be a pain? So I have been having problems with my eyes, double vision, and whatnot. My neurologist wants me to see neuroophthalmology. Oh, I said that right the first time. Um, See neuroophthalmology and put the referral in January. March it goes through, and Monday I called and see if I can get an appointment and get called today, and they want a recent visit like within the last year from a regular ophthalmologist, which I did twice, but they only had notes from 2024. I resisted from absolutely losing my temper because I have been waiting for months, and Medicaid, I know, won't approve of another regular ophthalmologist visit, as I just had one a few months ago in late 2025. And that ophthalmologist said I also needed to see a neuro ophthalmologist, saying, in quote, something is wrong, but this seems neurological in nature, not because of your eyes. I wanted to yell, but I said, in quote, I just had one. I've waited months. Now you're asking me to go back again. I've been restricted from driving 6 months as of yesterday. I don't live near a transit system in a rural area and have to rely on others to get me anywhere, even to the store. And so I acted like that was the worst thing, not the fact that I'm now having complex seizures. Oh no, that's not a concern. But me not being able to drive is apparently. Neurology also put me in a referral to see an epilepsy specialist too, and for a video EEG and more medication. All that will take some time to go through and get. I'm frustrated and I just want answers. Why does the system have to be a pain? Uh, Sometimes I think there's just more help than there is people needing help. Uh, there was this one hospital, the hospital that I went to when I had the seizure most recently. Uh, they were just talking about the same thing, that there's not enough nurses in the waiting room. Um, and yeah, so that might be a problem everywhere. Might be a shortage on nurses. We never know. Uh, yeah. But it's not hard for me to get an appointment, as this person said they're gonna have to go months. Uh, Fight for your rights. Advocate for yourself. One comment here says, the referral dance is absolutely nightmare, especially when you're dealing with seizures and can't even drive yourself around. Bureaucracy doesn't care that you've been waiting months already. So priorities seem a bit backwards there. Complex seizures are way more concerning than driving restrictions, but I guess some people just focus on what affects them the most directly. At least the neuro is being thorough with epilepsy specialists and video EEG, though that's a good sign. They're taking it seriously. Um, yeah, the medical system is just out here. I feel like they're just messing up. They need help. They need better doctors. Uh, yeah, because to tell me I'm having non-psycho psychogenic non-epileptic seizures, that was the funniest thing I'd ever seen on a paper for me. I was like, I gotta show this to you guys. I have it here. And I'm just gonna keep this for the rest of my life. Non-epileptic. Can you read that?
Yeah.
It's that is hilarious. Yeah, good luck with that. Uh, this county with uh, medical stuff is horrible. Like I said, my mother, she uh, was told that she had lupus and pregnant, and that was a very bad pregnancy scare because I was scared. I was thinking I'm gonna have to take care of another child because she's getting old. Um, yeah, yeah. I was like, no, you cannot have other children. Why would you do this to me? That's what I was worried about. She was like, oh man, I'm not sure. What do I do? I'm like, shit. I've never been pregnant, but damn, mom, another baby. Like I'm done having kids, so yeah, that's what I was worried about, having to take care of another baby, being that she's getting older. I'm glad it didn't happen like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, got a post here and it says, "What are things you wish people told you about epilepsy? Was recently diagnosed around a month ago. I'm devastated but optimistic. Would love some insight on things you wish you knew sooner." Um, I wish I started this sooner. I would have known everything I needed to know sooner. Uh, I'm looking at pictures in the DMs and they're okay. I got them. Yeah, I lost track.
Looking at pictures too. Just got pictures of my grandson from my daughter.
Oh no, it just popped up on the screen. It was in the inbox on Reddit. It was Angel and his daughter.
I saw those. She's cute.
It looks just like him, I was gonna say. Um,
She does look a lot like him.
so
I can't
things I
believe how
wish
big my grandson is.
I was told would be what a focal seizure was. That would have been really good to know because I thought I was just spacing out. So, and a lot of times no one was there, and really wish someone would have said something 20 years ago. Uh, the types of seizures I could have, or watch out for this, or watch out for that. I wasn't told to watch out for anything. Um,
Doctors
I think
don't
it
do a
was,
good job at educating people anyway about anything.
yeah. I was sent to the emergency room from school, and then uh, the nurse was like, "You have epilepsy," and I was like, "Okay." She's like, "You had a seizure the other day, 2 days ago. You had a seizure today. You have epilepsy." I'm like, "All right then." I didn't say cool, but I was just like, "Cool, moving forward." And there was nothing explained to me. I was released from the emergency room, not to my parent. My mother was actually outside waiting for me, which could have helped if they would have just been like, tell her to come in so we can tell her. But they told me she was outside. Your mother's here. You can go. Uh, then there were some papers. I took my mom. So yeah, in the '90s they weren't, or in the early 2000s they weren't really helpful. Uh, and I don't know if they expected me to go look up everything, but those were the days where you had to get that disc with the free internet for 48 hours and go look at everything. It was back in those days. So yeah, or you had to use the internet at the library, or yeah. I wish someone told me what a focal was 20 years ago. Would have been really nice.
I wish they wouldn't have argued with me that I was having panic attacks and not focals. They didn't believe me. I was like, these are not panic attacks. But they told me for, I think, probably at least 4 years that I was having panic attacks. I was like, these are not panic attacks.
Yeah. Uh, I hate when they say you might have a little headache afterwards. It's like you don't know what this headache is like. What do you mean a little
Right.
headache?
A little headache.
Yeah, who told you that when you read it in this textbook at school to become a neurologist? Tell them they're gonna have a little headache afterwards. Um,
More like they're gonna feel like they got a semi truck parked on their head.
right. It's hilarious. Like this one hospital, when I had the stroke, they're like, "You just got a little blood." And then the next hospital I went to, they were like, "Who told you a little?" I was like, "I like your attitude. Straightforward. Let me cry already and get it over with. Tell me exactly what's wrong." I like the straightforward doctors. Um, but on the questions, I mean, on the comments here, things you wish you knew. One says, your mindset is what dictates your relationship with epilepsy. If you believe your epilepsy is the be all your life, then that's what it will become. If you believe you are more than your epilepsy, then you will see that the world has a lot to provide despite being epileptic. Hmm. Another post here, I mean, another comment here says if you're able to get in counseling or do biofeedback or something to help with stress, most people with epilepsy develop anxiety. It's very common. Look for support groups too. I don't know where you live, but do some searching. If you don't find any in real life, there are loads online. Sending you best wishes. I hope you find treatment that works for you as soon as possible. Two more comments. One says, if you're a woman, you're likely to have seizures around your menstrual cycle. Another one says, epilepsy and drinking don't mix. I had many bad seizures in the morning after drinking. Alcohol makes anti-seizure drugs less effective and dehydrates you. That's good to know. Does alcohol ever dehydrate you?
It is dehydrating, just like caffeine.
Didn't know that. Good to know. Feeling like everyone else has supercharged memory. Don't believe that. Anyhow, went from farm boy to buy one coconut water and then worked out for an hour and 30 minutes. Went back to the same guy to buy one thing after my workout, and he said, "Hey, welcome back." I said, "Oh, hey, you remember me?" Like it was a massive feat. And then I realized after it isn't that impressive to remember something for that long, lol. So, used to living with a goldfish memory. Is this too common or am I the only one? Of course, you're not the only one. Um, some may have memory better than some because I know people with horrible memory. Uh, yeah. I don't know if it's just the pills or it's just
I think
seizures.
it's a combination of both the seizures you're having and the meds they put us on.
Um, one thing I was going to say is after this last seizure, uh, it might sound weird, but I can see better.
I think I saw you post about that. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Like the little words I would squint to see a week ago, I'm not squinting to see anymore. Uh, I
Well,
don't know what
there's a
that means.
positive.
Yeah, that's a positive. Now I'm just want to know why. Why is my vision better than it was last week? Um,
Just lucky.
yeah, I was gonna say it's a good thing, but I'm excited because after the stroke, it was it was rough. Uh, so being able to see now is really good. I'm gonna talk to my optometrist, and he was very worried. Um,
The
yeah,
changes in
he
your
was.
eyesight.
Yeah, because everyone in that office, out of like 10 to 15 people, all of them were at least 65. All of them had caretakers with them. They were old people, but they looked like, well, not they looked like, everyone had someone else with them. It looks like they had someone drive them or walk with them because they might have been an older parent. And the doctor said that. He was like, "Do you see all my patients out there?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "It's interesting that your eyes are this bad and you're this young." And yeah. Uh, but yeah, it's a brand new day, brand new light.
I don't understand how you say your eyes are that bad, yet you don't wear glasses.
Because when I went to my last doctor's appointment, I do have a prescription somewhere on a piece of paper to take it to the eyeglasses place. But uh, I don't know what's wrong. Things are getting better. I forgot where I was at, what I was saying. So um, I don't know what it is. I just noticed the next day, and I was like, am I tripping? No, I'm not. Uh, yeah, I'm back. The doctor, when he told me my eyes were bad, and he was like, I told him the last optometrist gave me a prescription to go to a doctor. I mean, to a place to get glasses. He told me, uh, it's too late. The glasses won't help. So I was just like, well, all right then. Uh,
I mean, they're not going to make your eyes better, but they should help you see better.
yeah, I should get a second opinion, huh?
I can't see shit without my glasses, and I think I started wearing glasses in the third grade.
Uh,
And mine just keep getting worse and worse. Every year I go to the eye doctor and my prescription is worse.
um, I always wanted glasses for some reason until I got older. Yeah, yeah, it's like the things that happened to other kids that I always wanted were like the asthma pump. I didn't know why the kids had it, but I thought that was cool that they just get to pull it out. And be like,
Did you want
let me
braces
remind
too?
you. Yeah, I did want braces. My sister had braces, and I was like, why can't I get braces? But I didn't know that my teeth had to be messed up. Now I have a chip one. Uh,
I'm missing one.
um, One thing is, a lot of my teeth haven't fell out yet, so I'm going through that too. The doctor said, I mean, the dentist said that I have 8 teeth that are my baby teeth, and they have not fell out, and they're not causing a problem. But I should look into getting something done in the next 5 years. And this was
You
around
still
8 years.
have baby teeth?
Yeah, this was around 8 years ago. I was told this, yeah, around 2017. So yeah,
Wow.
um, I had teeth that did fall out, and I had teeth that just never fell out. So I still have baby teeth in there, like my little fangs. Um, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, I'm missing this one and this one back here. I broke that one a long time ago, and this one just recently.
I got two in the back, on the bottom, gone. Uh, the molars. It's like chewing a steak will never be the same. Um,
Yep.
yeah, you never know until it's gone.
Did you get your wisdom teeth? Did they come in?
Um, what's a wisdom tooth? No one's ever
They
pointed out
got,
like this is the wisdom teeth.
I don't even know how to explain it to it. They come in later in your life, typically. But mine had to be taken out because I didn't have room for them in my mouth, which is
Yeah,
surprising because I have a big mouth.
eventually they said teeth will come in and they'll push the other ones out. But dentist he said he had only seen that maybe a handful of times where people still had baby teeth in and no teeth coming next. And now I'm 36 with I think he said 8 of them they needed to come out. But he said the only reason they won't take them out, well, he didn't want to take them out 8 years ago, um, was because they weren't loose and they weren't like dying or anything. They didn't need to come out. And he was like, you should look into it though. And just never went back. I've chipped one since then. So, uh, hey,
This one that I just broke off, I went into the dentist a little while later for my cleaning, and I expected the dentist to want to do some very expensive procedure on it or at least pull it. And he's like, oh, we'll just leave that alone. It'll be fine. It's like, okay,
um,
works for me. It's not hurting.
right. Um, I got something here, and it says, we've decided it's time to sell my car. Can I have a sad moment here to help me process. I'm almost 2 years since I started having seizures, and my most recent one was 2 weeks ago. My relative has been running it a second household. I gotta read that again. My relative has been running it as a second household car, but it started having some problems. It's time, right? I'm sad. What did you do, and how much longer did you keep a car? Uh, I never got a license, so I never. Well, I won't say I never bought a car. 'Cause I bought too many cars. Uh, but I never had to sell my car once I had epilepsy. I never got a license, so wasn't supposed to have a car in the first place. I was a kid that liked cars, so I was like, I want that car. Um, yeah.
I kept mine for probably 5 years, but that was because I had an SUV and my partner had a truck. So anytime we had to go grocery shopping or anything, we would take my SUV. But so it was still getting used regularly. But then after he passed away and my license was revoked, there was no point in keeping it anymore. It was just sitting in the driveway, so I sold it.
Nice. Um, yeah, my suggestion would be go ahead, sell the car. Maybe you can use that money to get Uber for. You can put it in your Uber account. I noticed that, and you can just have Uber Cash ready to spend whenever you need a ride. You already got money on your Uber account. Yeah.
Just don't give it to
But
your ex-wife.
Come again?
I said, just don't give it to your ex-wife.
Right.
didn't even say he
Um,
had an ex-wife.
No,
oh yeah,
I
I
know
never
I'm
had
being
one.
sarcastic because I gave it to my at the time wife, and then we ended up getting divorced like 6 months later. So I basically that money I could have sold it for just was
Should have
hers.
held out
So
another 6 months. Then you could have paid the legal bills for getting divorced.
I still ended up doing that too. I got screwed, but at least I have her out of my life, so I didn't really get screwed in the
Bonus.
end. Exactly. I'd probably pay more to make sure she would have been out of my life at that point. But
Been there.
yeah,
If you're
it
out there watching and
wasn't a
you have a
good end.
boyfriend named James, press that thumbs up button. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh no, I was just saying if she's watching, this is a good time to press thumbs up.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
doubt she's watching. She never gave a fuck about my epilepsy, so
What do you think you should do about a car that you have? Do you think it's time to sell?
What?
Oh, I was going back to the comment to James. Do you think the person should sell the car?
uh, it's a, I don't know how bad like their
Yeah, I
epilepsy
don't
is or
either.
how long that is. But I would say, yeah, if you've had more than one, then yeah, sell it. Use that money for a nice bike, a nice bicycle, or yeah, or using Uber or to pay friends, a few bucks in gas to drive you around. You can use that cash for a lot of other things. That would be a better mode of transportation than putting yourself and others at risk if you're still going to drive. But that's my opinion. Like I've said before, I drove for quite a bit after my first seizure. I don't remember now exactly, probably like 3 or 4 in general before I finally got rid of the car. That was over the course of like 4 or 5 years though, so they weren't like rapid in succession. If they do happen that quickly, then yes, definitely it's time to get rid of the car. If they're quite spread out and you've only had one or two, then maybe you can keep doing it, but you're still putting yourself and others at risk. Yeah, that's my opinion on it, I guess.
Yeah, I have kids. So I'm like, no, I don't want to drive, and especially don't want to drive with my kids in the car. But to each his own, man. I don't suggest it. So the comments here, one says, "I'm sad for you. Driving and owning a car is a big deal, and it's totally understandable for you to be sad. It takes a lot to accept this condition. This condition has life-changing limitations." Another comment says, "I'm sorry. Yes, it's sad. Are you on medication? I'm just wondering." One more comment says, "I'm sorry for your loss. Seriously, it's gotta hurt. I've been really fortunate to be able to drive, except for a couple of 3 to 4 month timeouts every here and there. During those times, it took all of my willpower not to be a pain in the ass to my selfless and wonderful wife. Feeling alone and stranded is no fun. Best of luck." That's my worst nightmare, is having a seizure when I'm out and about and just waking up some random place.
Like the hospital.
Yeah, the last seizure, I was just wondering where I'm at, and then I started asking the nurse, "What town is this in?" And of course, it had to be a town. I've been like, "Okay, I've never heard of that," because I'm not from this area. Uh, so I had no idea. I was like, she's like, I was like, "What town?" She said, "This town." And I was just like, "Okay." Um,
Where is that?
yeah, she just was like, "So and so," and then walked away. Like, didn't explain. I was just like, "All right." And my phone was dead in my pocket, so I couldn't just like open my phone and look where I'm at. And yeah, my mother was really bothered. Uh,
She was probably freaking out because she couldn't get a hold of you.
yeah, I have the voicemails here were not funny, but yeah. The first one was like, "Hey, how you doing? Where you at? I know you're almost 40 years old. I know I'm still bothering you. Just checking on you." Then the next one was, "How you doing? I'd like to hear from you soon. I am starting to get worried." Uh, yeah.
I
The
was just
next
gonna
one
say
was,
one.
okay, I'm officially worried. Where the fuck are you?
No, the next time I spoke to her was in text messages, and she was, I think she was worried then. I'm not sure. Uh,
Sure, she
oh yeah,
was.
she said I was being, I think,
Evasive.
evasive. There's the word. Um, she said, let me see where the messages started at. She says, "Where the heck are you at?" And I said, "The town I'm in." I said that. And then I said, "I'm on my way." And she's like, "Well, where are you now?" And that was like 3 minutes later. So we had passed through a town, and I said the town that I was in that was on the sign. Uh, and yeah, my mother, she's an oversharer. So if she was me saying, "Where are you?" she would have said, "I'm this town in an Uber on the way. The guy's name is this. Be there in 20 minutes. Uh, he's driving pretty fast. Might be less than 20 minutes." My mom would have gave me a story and a conversation.
That's
Nah.
my dad too. Like we were talking
Yeah.
on Tuesday, how sometimes they're just like what's the word, over invasive, just like just like you just drop something on the ground and they come running to where you're at and they're like, oh, sorry, oh, are you sure you're okay? Okay, sorry, I thought I heard a noise, so I just had to come check. And I'm like, bruh, I just dropped my phone on the carpet. Like, how could you even hear that from across the house? Like,
He
like
wasn't across the house. He
I'm
was
glad that
outside your
you're.
door.
Yep, they probably were just standing there waiting for something. But it just feels like no matter what I do, like there's somebody ready. Like I have no privacy here. It's just like, oh, you bumped into the wall real quick. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I heard this big noise and you were having a seizure. And then this and this. And then like, okay, well, I'm fine. You see me standing here. It's like, oh, so how are you feeling? It can't just be like I'm checking on you real quick. It then has to be like 15 other questions. And that's what like annoys the shit out of me. It's not just, are you
Um,
okay? Yeah. Okay, bye. And it has to be, are you okay? Is your head feeling okay? Are you sure? How about your pancreas today? Is that doing okay? Like just like 50 just completely random pointless questions. It
I'm
it
so
gets
glad
so
I don't have to
frustrating.
yell out, I'm okay, every time I elbow the wall in the shower or drop the shampoo.
Oh man, it's
Yeah.
so hard. It's so hard to just be like, I gotta watch out for the wall just so I don't get that.
Yep.
So uh
I'm always elbowing the wall or the door or something.
I'm always avoiding the wall because I don't want to hear that. Um
Yep.
yeah, my mother cares a lot. So uh
Your mom's great.
It's
she's gonna come if hit something, tap something, shampoo drop. Uh
yep. Well,
and
it's frustrating, but at least I guess I'm not the
it's
only
all a
one.
lot of love.
Exactly. I'm
Um
I'm glad that I do have somebody there that like cares enough to like
cares.
check on me, but like make sure it's like a loud, like a big noise. Like I don't just have like a quick seizure. Like I've told you, all of them are grand mal. So if I hit something, once, my body's gonna continue flopping around and I'm gonna hit the
That's what I tell
wall.
my
I'm gonna
mom.
I'm gonna hit my desk. Like it's not just one quick thud and then it's done. Like that would be nice if that happened, but that's not how my body works with them. So
My mom
yeah.
says she can't help it uh, because I told her that I was like, Mom, look at me. I was like, do you understand the difference between the shampoo bottle? I was like, you're gonna hear me fall because it's just a shower. There's not a bathtub uh, in that bathroom in particular. So yeah, and then she comes and then she's like, I know you said uh, I would hear you, but I still gotta come. It's all out of love, you know. It's just like
I know
heard something.
I think they add that to the end of it because they know that like they're being overbearing, but they add that to the end because then it's just like, how can you, like us, how can we be mad at them if they say that, right? You're just like, oh, it's my mom and she just said, she's doing this out of love. Like, ah, okay, I'm just gonna let it go and forget about it. Like, if somebody else did that to you, you'd probably be like, what the hell? Leave me alone. Just get out of my room. I'm fine. I just bumped the wall real quick. But when it's your mom and she says that, it's just, how can you be frustrated with it,
Oh.
At least for me, it just makes it too hard to then be mad at, my mom or dad or whoever said that. You're just like,
If you were on Kepra, you'd hate it. You'd hate everything someone said. Um, but James, I sent you something in the chat, and
I'll have
yeah,
to check
man,
it.
It's very interesting.
Uh,
Am I?
yeah, I
Should I
look
be?
at posts where people talk about things that they responded to and how they responded with Kepra. Uh, and yeah, some people are just brutal. Um,
Are these? Oh yeah, yeah, dude. I actually have one of these pistons in my garage right now. I've gone to these races in Sonoma a couple of times with my dad, and yeah, they literally only last one race, and then they fully rebuild them. So yeah, I have one of the pistons and one of the clutch plates because the parts are basically trash. That's why they rebuild it. So they just hand them out to fans walking by outside the
nice.
garage. It's they are
Uh,
so there is no like explanation for these engines. They are so loud. You have to wear earplugs like while watching the races. And if you stand up and put your arms out a little bit, you can literally feel your arm vibrating. They are insane. They hit almost 350 miles an hour
yeah,
in just a quarter mile. They are
that post I sent to you, it said 330 miles per hour, and that's really fast to be going quarter mile. Uh,
yeah, Ashley Force this last year set the record. She hit 346
Dang.
um in her run, and yeah, it's literally just a quarter of a mile is how long the track is, and to get that speed in a quarter of a mile is insane. Like most people will never travel that speed in their entire life, let alone just a quarter mile. Like
I
it's
went that
I,
fast in an airplane.
well, that's true. That's true. I mean, okay, then on the ground. There we go. I got to add that caveat.
Gotcha.
That
But
just makes
yeah,
me want to go work on cars.
I wish,
I want to
yeah,
play
I
with
was gonna
power
say, I wish
tools.
I could take everybody I know to one of these races just so they could see it. And like the first year it was just my dad and I went, and then the next time we went, I took my brother-in-law with us, and I didn't even watch the first race that happened. I was just staring at my brother-in-law because I just wanted to see his like reaction to it, and like his eyes just lit up and his jaw dropped, and then he looked over at me and I just started laughing. I was like, that's exactly the reaction I expected out of you, bro. Like it was so cool. And just like the rest of the day, every race, he just had this smile on his face because he just couldn't believe like cars could do that. If you ever get a chance, either of you, to go to one, do it. Yeah, an NHRA one with the super long top fuel cars. Ooh,
They're
like
Oh yeah,
it's almost like
funny
porn to
car.
me.
Oh my God.
I
I
had
want to
the
go play with
opportunity to
power
go one.
tools.
Yeah,
Someone asked me that recently. Would you like to go to a race? Uh,
do it. Yes, if that was an offer and not just a random question, then accept that offer.
Yeah.
Yes, go to the
Which
race.
which type was
Anyways,
it?
it doesn't
These
matter
the
which race
NHRA
you were
ones?
being invited to, except go.
um, I forgot which one it was. He was just like, "We're going down to the racetrack today. They're doing this, this, and this. Would you like to come?" And I was just like, "Never been to a race, but that would be interesting."
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I said a bunch of words that I don't remember because I didn't understand. It's like they're going to be doing this, this, and this with this car on the quarter
With
mile. They're going to be doing
the
this with this car,
yeah,
and
the top fuel
the name of
nitro
the
methane
course.
funny cars.
Yeah,
The funny cars
it
are
was the
crazy.
one
There
where they
was
race and go straight, not the
yeah,
circle track.
yeah, the
Uh,
drag races, the top fuel funny cars, just straight line. Yeah. There was
Awesome.
there was a drag strip down here in Florida that closed a while ago, but when I was growing up, it was down in I think it was Palm Beach County. But Pratt and Whitney was um
Ooh,
located right there. So there was a whole lot of engineers, and there was a team there that got managed to get their hands on a
One of the engines.
Pratt and Whitney, yeah, one of their own Pratt and Whitney engines,
Oh,
off. I don't know which airframe they got it off of, but they stuck it on a car.
that's
Uh,
cool.
so they knew how to run it, they knew how to set it up and everything, and yeah, so they set that up and basically stuck four wheels on a car. It's a lot like what they do with a fighter jet. You know, they
That's
basically just
beautiful.
stick some wings onto a jet engine. You know, the wings were flipped upside down basically to keep it from taking off. But
Yeah.
you know, yeah, wings at the front, wings at the back, and then it had even full afterburner at the back, just things firing out the back end. It's just a roar on another level. It even put the top fuel funny cars to shame. It was crazy. You feel it like in your chest. Um, everyone everyone at the entire motorsport park knew when that team did a run. It was great. And they
Yep.
do it they start small and then get bigger and bigger and bigger and louder and louder and louder throughout the day. So they didn't get to the funny cars and the jet until it was after dark.
Um, my
That's what I was
mother,
just saying a second ago, Mark. Like when I went to the NHRA ones, like all you have to do is just, put your arms up a little bit like this, and you can just feel them like shake and vibrate from the motors. They're
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's glorious. I wish I could go like every single weekend to
Yeah.
the races.
That would be
um,
fun.
Hi,
my
AJ.
mother said that how racing came up with my mother was she has a shirt that says Kyle Busch on it, and he died today, I
Aw.
believe.
Yeah, last night. Yeah.
Yeah. It says like
Yeah,
NASCAR something something something, and when he was out here at Sonoma, uh, and
nice.
yeah, she got a shirt and
That was
it has a signature on it. I don't know how big he
what?
was, but
That's
yeah.
hella cool. Yeah, he was testing at Chevy's headquarters in the simulators that they have to try out setups on, and he was in there and he passed out and they found him like unresponsive and barely able to breathe, and he was spitting up blood, but he won the NASCAR truck race just 2 weeks ago. He was like perfectly healthy, perfectly fine. He was only 41 years old. Too. He was just racing, a few days ago. And in the truck race, he won it too. So he was still like at the top of his game, still fit and everything. So they haven't said a cause of death yet, but I'm thinking it had to be like, cancer or, some sort of like rare, hard to find type of disease. I don't know what it was, because his brother Kurt Busch was also a NASCAR driver. He retired a couple years ago. He was the older brother, um, but he didn't have any health issues. Um, Kyle didn't have any health issues, at least up until now. So it was, yeah, super weird and like kind of out of nowhere. I was absolutely shocked to see that, because he won the championship, the NASCAR championship twice. He won the truck version a couple of times for the championship. He was fit at the top of his game, still a good driver. It was crazy. I just out of nowhere, man. Yeah.
And incredible connections with the fans too. His yeah.
Yeah, and he was yeah, really good with the fans, really good with the sponsors. He's had M&M's, obviously the candy, as a sponsor for, I want to say, at least like 15 years. A lot of times sponsors jump around from car to car and stuff like that. He was able to keep, the sponsor happy, get that money for the team. He was, yeah, just an all around great person. So it sucks. And he has two kids and they were only 11 and 4. So that, and obviously he has, a wife as well. It was just, yeah, really,
I
really
mean,
sad and unfortunate.
41 years old. He's our age, man.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, made it weird. It was just like,
Crazy.
holy crap. And he
Yeah.
was like, like I said, he's an athlete too, and he still had that. I don't know
Yeah.
exactly what happened to him, but yeah, it still sucks.
Yeah. I saw AJ in the comment there said maybe congenital heart problem. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of conditions would cause a person to be like coughing up, spitting up blood like that when they found
Yeah.
him.
And like him and his team had to know something was going on for at least a little bit. 3 weeks ago, they had a race at Watkins Glen. I don't know if anybody knows that track. It's in New York. It's a road course, so left and right turns, not just an oval.
What
But
what
anyway,
is
the
it?
last the
Yeah.
last few laps of the race, he radioed his team and he said, like, guys, I'm not feeling good. Like right now, you have to get Doctor, I don't remember the name, Doctor So and So, like to my motorhome after the race. I'm gonna need a shot. That's that was all he said, and then the team was like, okay, okay, we'll get him over there right away. So yeah, I have no idea what that means, but he at least, and his pit crew, obviously you wouldn't radio them if they had about that, if they had no clue. So it's at least been a few weeks that him and his team knew he was, having some sort of disease, and bad enough that he could just be like, yeah, I need a shot, get the doctor there, bye. Type of type of radio message. So yeah, he had something going on for at least, a few weeks, and at least serious enough to have a personal doctor with medication, ready to go the second you hop out of your race car.
Yeah. Wow.
Hey
So,
Jay,
hi AJ.
um,
Hi.
Oh
the
yeah,
How you
Pookie,
doing?
icebreaker today. Um, the icebreaker today was,
there he
when's the
goes. Gonna
last
say it.
time you used rubber gloves and what'd you use them for?
Guys.
You didn't specify rubber gloves earlier. You just said gloves.
Okay, yeah. When's the last time you used gloves and for what?
Did
Um,
what have you used leather gloves more recently than rubber gloves, Andrea? Is that what you're trying to say? Or
I wore mechanics gloves working on a car. So yeah,
oh,
if
yeah.
you want rubber gloves, it was for
But
cleaning up
don't
cat
they
puke.
don't mechanics gloves have like rubberized grippy stuff on
Yeah,
them? So
the tips
they're
for
still
grip.
they
yeah.
were
Yeah.
still rubberized
And
gloves,
they
even
have
if they
and
weren't
they have
rubber.
like rubber bumpery stuff on the back of your knuckles so you don't beat the shit out of your
Break it
hands.
all. Yeah, yeah.
Well, for
So good.
me, I use
Yeah.
gloves
Buy
every
them in
single day.
multi-packs.
I I use gloves every day because I ride my bike.
Oh,
My main pair is leather. I do have ones that are like the short fingered ones, so they're cloth and they do have like the extra padding on the palm area, and just that little cover part is leather, but the rest of them are fabric. As far as a rubber glove, I would say probably for me like 6 months ago. And that was because I was working on one of my watches, and obviously you don't want your fingers touching it and getting the hand oils on, these 160, 70-year-old, watches. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I
I got
got
something.
these. Oh wait, we never got an answer from AJ either.
Oh, I like that.
I didn't
what are
giving my answer. This is I
what
yeah,
are those for?
when I
Drawings,
draw.
so you don't splash the ink or the
Yes, 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 yes.
you don't
AJ.
want
Oh,
to splash the or
Yeah,
spread the ink
don't
of the
smudge up
pencil
the drawings and everything. Yes.
nice, nice. I've
or
never seen
for
that type
the
of I've never seen that type of glove
or for
before.
the
Me
Yeah.
either.
electric boards, so you don't get there's no friction. It's more
Dad,
smooth.
you're the first
But
person I've talked to who's known
Dang.
known what those gloves were for
I
right in the beginning.
I have I have like the full hand white cotton gloves for when I'm handling my like super nice watches, but I don't use those very often, but those are the only like thin fabric gloves I have. I've never seen the half hand one. That's cool to know what they're for.
It's
Yeah.
nice to have the tactile connection with, what you're drawing with, but don't want the fingers on the paper to, leave any smudges or prints or get any of the grease from your fingers on the paper because that can affect the way that the ink or the charcoal lays
I
out on
always
it.
get the
Mhm.
So,
ink on my hand, so
yeah. Yeah, it goes both ways too. So, yeah, very cool.
so my
Um,
answer to the question is I last time of was actually last week I used sterile gloves for injections.
Mhm.
I got something. It says seizures when smoking too much weed. So I've probably had about 4 to 5 seizures in the span of 2 to 3 years. But the thing is, it only happens when I smoke a lot of weed throughout the day. Although I've been smoking weed for about 8 plus years, I don't know if it's because my stress or just my mental health state. I feel this definitely has increased my anxiety because every single thing I feel weird in my body, I automatically think it's a seizure when it's really not possible, like a panic attack or something. My seizures don't last long, maybe around 1 minute or most, but maybe around 1 minute at most. But my friends tell me I do shake a little, my mouth opens up, and stuff like that. I feel fine after, other than my breathing being really, really, really slow. I need to take deep breaths after I come back from it, and I just feel too tired. I just want to see if anyone has the same issue. I definitely just need to stop smoking because even when I smoke a little, I just get a little super panicked, a little super panicked. I just get a little super panicked, and it makes me think so much more is happening and everything is worse than it really is. Do you think weed is the problem or am I the problem? Um, Everybody's body is different. I don't want to say you're the problem. I don't want to say
Yeah, I
weed's the problem either.
was gonna say I don't want to say you're the problem. Yeah.
I don't want to say
Oh.
weed's the problem either. So I'll just say everybody's body is different, and you never know what it is. Might be the meds you're taking, could be something else. But paying attention to it is a good sign. At least you know something's happening when you're smoking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a lot of people who just get paranoid, who don't react well to cannabis, and it's not for everybody. Um,
right.
I don't know.
Um, I go to the comments here. One says it's probably your body's way of telling you to stop. I'm not a doctor, but as a human, I would say listen to your body. There's actually a good chance that marijuana is causing your stress, not fixing it. It took me a long time to realize that. I would I would first recommend talking to your doctor while focusing on your health in the meantime. Plus, it never hurts to make sure you're getting enough sleep, water, and exercise. Good luck. Another comment says, to be honest, it depends on what you are smoking, like dabs or carts or flower.
Yeah.
Another comment here says, I stopped smoking or drinking altogether due to my seizures. I had them all the time. Now it's very rare that I get one. However, I am medicated. If you're able, you should see a neurologist and tell them about this. One more comment here says, the same thing happens to me. When I get high, I become restless, like I need to change positions constantly, every 5 seconds. My behavior becomes really weird, and I just start blurting out things around people. Everything I do feels abnormal and awkward. At the same time, I will have multiple myoclonic jerks. It is very noticeable how disturbing my behavior is, and I'm having a seizure. It looks like I'm on coke or having coke withdrawals. What does that look like? Yeah, got another post here, and it says, um, "Well, it's pretty long." Okay, I think I nearly died, and it's different than what I thought it would be. Sorry for the grammar is bad. You can blame Grammarly and the fact that it's 4 a.m. or it was when I wrote this. I'm 18, have been epileptic since I was 7 years old. My first seizure was an absentee seizure, and it ended up putting me in a coma for 12 hours, but I wasn't diagnosed with epilepsy until I had another absentee seizure shortly after. I was put on Capra, which is devised, but it seemed to work. My seizures started having a consistent schedule of about 9 to 12 months in between, but no dosage increase. But no dosage increase stopped them. I don't remember quite when, but a few years after I had my first seizure, I got RSV, and that triggered my first grand mal seizure. Suddenly, I started having grand mal seizures every 9 to 12 months and absentee seizures in between. Around the age 12, around the age 12, I moved from New York, upstate, to North Carolina and stayed there for about a year until COVID hit. My dad lost his job, so we went to stay on some property we owned in the Appalachian Mountains for a while. We didn't have insurance, so I wasn't on medication, but strangely, I stopped having seizures altogether for about a year, and I thought maybe I'd outgrown it. But then suddenly, I started having grand mal constantly. Every 2 weeks at most, I ended up getting pretty bruised up, but I did notice a lack of absentee seizures, which is something I might post about eventually. I ended up moving again, and when my dad got insurance, I got a new medication, and the seizure stopped. It went back to every 3 months. It was a pain, but manageable until I got sick again with a nasty flu strain and ended up having multiple back to back. I started having them monthly, but they typically didn't last long. And I just blacked out and woke up in pain. My neurologist decided to add another medication on top of that. On top of that, and it seemed to be working. I was around 5 months without one and hopeful that I could reach 6 and apply for my driver's license permit. But when when one night about 5 a.m., yes, I know, I should have been asleep, I had a seizure mid conversation and my friends got concerned because I went quiet. They called my dad, who called my roommate, but by the time they woke up and came into my room, it was over, and luckily, I was fine without emergency medicine. This seizure was different though, and not just because I was alone. Ever since I got RSV, my seizures have been changing more and more. And on the first new med, I started being conscious during the grand malls or seeing random stuff that I'd forget mostly, but overall, I didn't lose air for long and was fine. During the most recent seizure, though, it was different. I was conscious and under my desk. I tried to pull myself against my computer so I could stand, but every time I tried, I lost oxygen again. And for the first time, I genuinely thought I was going to die. I don't know if it's normal for your brain to haze and stuff, but all it's all a little fuzzy now. I remember when I woke up after everything, my dad was there and he helped me to my bed. I talked to him about random stuff from the Discord call I was in, but I didn't react to anything that had just happened. I went to sleep for I think about 14 hours and woke up sore like every seizure. And I managed to sit up and get some water. My roommate brought me food. I ate and checked my phone, but after that I was a bit awake. Everything set in and I realized what had happened. I almost died multiple times and I felt it as my lungs emptied over and over. I felt fear, obviously, and talked to my mom about it a bit, but after a day or two, I just became kind of apathetic to it. I know that sounds crazy, but I kind of stopped thinking about it and feel like that's crazy to do so soon after. I'm a believer in God and I try my best to have faith, but in that moment, I realized I was afraid and I didn't know what would happen if I died. And despite that, I dropped I dropped it a few days after a few days. I feel I should be changing. I feel I should be changing and terrified, but I just don't know. I don't know how to feel. I wanted to see how others react to this feeling. My family and others have told me for years how terrifying it is to watch me pass out and turn blue, but I always laughed it off. But now I've been awake through it and I've stared at death and never felt anything worse. This is all random, but now I have nothing to say or share. Please, someone share something. Has this happened to you before or someone you know? This has happened to me before. Um, I mean, there's this person's asking for advice, and there's not much advice I could give you. You have epilepsy, and stuff happens. This is one of the random things. Yeah, they're asking for advice. They nearly seen death.
Calm down.
Say that again.
I mean, calm down. That's the only thing that's coming to my mind at the moment.
Yeah, trying to calm yourself down because it's nothing you could do. I cried my way through it, and then it was over. Uh, yeah, there's nothing you can do. I was just like going through it. I'm wide awake. I'm shaking and doing everything that's going on with it. Not the most recent one, but in the past, and then it stops. And yeah,
If
another
you're gonna
thing,
die, you're gonna die. There's not a damn thing you can do about it.
right? Hope for the best. Um,
Can't you
something
just
came
give
to
thoughts and
mind.
prayers?
What?
Huh?
I was being sarcastic. I said, can't you just give thoughts and prayers like every
Yeah.
politician offers?
If that was the
Yeah.
case,
Oh,
my partner would still be alive.
like there's that oh there was that at South Park episode, right? Everyone, all the news people and everyone were all like thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. Yes, of course, thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, that fixes everything.
Well, yeah.
It'd be nice.
uh, be nice if people stopped believing that shit.
Um,
I don't have any problem with people's beliefs. They can believe what they want. I know mine. But
right.
Oh no, that's fine, but when they just continue to say that rather than actually do something, that's when it becomes annoying.
Yeah. So, first comment here says, I don't know if this is any consolation to you, but I don't know. I can say I had the same experience as you, but I do believe you as somebody who has had seizures. And one of the first times I ever had a seizure, I felt like I was dying and or going to die, and it was very scary. So I can definitely validate that your experience is true. Yeah, those are the interesting seizures. We see everything. Yeah, it sucks. Another comment here says, I'm in the EMU currently, and I am petrified to have a grand mal, even though I'm in a safe place to have one. It's so consuming. I'm off all of my meds and so anxious because the fear one, the fear of one, and I'm being sleep deprived. So I'm anxious from that too. The pressure of having one, um, pressure of having one is so hard. One more comment here says, dude, it's like we are touched by God, almost like we, uh, in quotes, we have a higher calling because we are so close to the veil in death. However, however you want to look at it, I fully understand what you're going through. Yeah, man. Sounds like one hell of a good time. Um, one thing I was gonna say is this last seizure, they in these papers somewhere. I don't want to sit here and look for it, but it says I was given 2 doses of Ativan. So I'm thinking maybe that's why I did not come to until I got to the hospital, because maybe they gave me Ativan and I just went to sleep. Um,
it's very possible.
it's
I
true.
mean,
Good theory.
even if you don't go to sleep, benzodiazepines are very good at causing amnesia. Um, so yeah, you could have been wide awake in the ambulance and just not have
Didn't
any.
remember anything.
Yeah, like the record button wasn't fully pressed in your brain's memory center. Yeah.
The record button was broken.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it popped out when the seizure started, and it hadn't quite jammed it all the way back in.
what I remember is that last drop, getting out of the ambulance, and you get pulled out, and then the last back 2 wheels drop. I felt that. I looked around. I was like, "Oh man, this shit again."
Then they gave you more Ativan and you were out for another 3 hours.
Wait, so
Yeah,
was it that shake, the drop out of the
yeah,
back of the ambulance that caused the button to click back on?
yeah. That's
Like,
what caused
oh
the button
wait,
to
I
click on.
remember. That's important enough to remember.
Then I looked around like, damn, this again.
Mm.
And I just went back to sleep, and I woke up a few hours later in the hallway at the hospital uh, with my penis in my hand and no partition to block me from anybody. And I was not, for some reason, I wasn't holding the urinal. It
Or
was hanging on the bar, of the bed right there. And I'm in the hallway. So it's hanging on the bar, and I'm just wake up, come to. I came to peeing in a urinal. Um, yeah.
or
And then I guess the lady, she probably, well, I'm assuming she went to go tell a guy because she came and she was like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." She didn't say that. I forgot the word she used, but she was like, "Oh, something, something. I'm sorry." And then a guy came back and he didn't say anything. He just put this long partition in front of me. I was done peeing by then. Uh,
how was your aim?
um,
I feel like you should reword that a little bit. You just said I woke up with a penis in my hand. You should probably clarify that it was your own.
He was
yeah.
making
So
sure he didn't lose it.
I woke up with my penis in my hand. Um,
There we go. I just had to make sure that
Thank you for
your
making me
story wasn't a little
verify.
off. I'm,
Yeah.
I'm just messing
So,
around a little bit, but I'm just yeah.
He was just
yeah.
making sure he didn't lose it.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, James. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, and he was saying no partitions or anything, right?
No,
Yeah,
there was
you could have
some.
woken up and been like by a glory hole, or I mean,
Right.
you never know,
Well,
Well,
man.
no, there was no partition, so it couldn't have been a glory hole, right? It had to have been like just
That's true. There was no wall, no nothing. So
well.
I think I'm
Oh, the
too
subjects we
comfortable.
get into.
I'm
I
just
think
trying to
I'm.
lighten
And
it up
I always
well,
tell
without
myself
any.
that I think I'm too comfortable with just having it out because it always happens like that.
Hey, be proud, man. Just be proud.
Was at my knees. I'm laying
You
in
do
bed. I
know
was trying to hurry up. I was trying
insomnia.
to hurry and pee too. So I was going through that too, like tossing, trying to hurry up and get it out. And then I just threw my pants down to my knees, um, laying in the hallway. So this was,
I I
yeah.
could yeah, I could see myself doing something like that post seizure. So I've
Uh, I came
definitely had
to
some
doing
weird
that. So
weird
I don't remember
situations.
the starting period. I don't remember unzipping or none of that. I just
Dang,
remember, yeah.
just
I don't know
going.
why. But I laughed at myself afterwards. I don't know why I stuffed everything in the jar into the urinal. But yeah, that's how I woke up. Everything in the
At,
urinal. I could have
at
pissed
least at
everywhere,
least
but
you had it. At least it wasn't in your pants.
right.
It was going to the toilet. So
Yeah. Last time I
could be worse. Could be worse.
there are worse places to urinate, I suppose.
Yes.
luckily she went and got someone instead of calling the cops.
Yeah. Huh?
I imagine hospital staff has to see all kinds of stuff like that all the time. I, it's hard to freak out. Just,
Yeah.
I
She
mean,
apologized to me. I should have
my
apologized to
sister,
her.
the
Um,
super nurse at the emergency room, she she is wildly entertained by the stories that come out of emergency rooms. I mean, not the injuries or anything, but the things that people do and how they hurt themselves and stuff. She's like, "Oh, that's cool. How'd you hurt yourself this time?" So, yeah. Um, they've probably seen Stranger. Um,
Probably.
Yeah.
yeah.
well,
Um,
like I told you guys during my EMU, I did not have any privacy, and they literally, it
Oh,
was their choice to stand there and watch me use the bathroom. Depending on what you're there for, sometimes you're asked to do that in front of them and not just not just be on the sidelines for it.
Yeah,
Well,
you should just
there was
make aggressive and unflinching eye contact with them while they force you to perform in front of them.
Oh,
If they
I
want
did
to
one time.
watch,
I sat
then
down. So
give them a show, right?
yeah, I sat down to pee and like had, you know, the long gown kind of like
Oh, yeah,
cover up
the
everything.
like a
And then
tent
she was
style.
telling me, yeah, she was telling me a story, and I was just looking her dead straight in the eye as I was like,
Oh, what?
like
That? Oh, that's terrible. What?
I,
Talking to someone in the
I've
bathroom?
yeah, it
I
took me a
had
second to start.
conversations with the nurses. Yes, I totally
Yeah,
know what you're going
I
through.
was hoping, like, looking her dead in the eye, I hope she would like, okay, I can just stand here, but I'll turn around. Nope, she just continued. She's like, oh yeah, I really like traveling. So next month I'm gonna be going to, I forget what she like, Costa Rica, and I'm gonna do this and this. And I'm just like, can that's a cool
Like, I'm
story,
trying to
bro,
take a
but
shit here.
can you let
Would
me
you leave me
pee?
alone?
Like, yeah,
you want to wipe for me?
I know, right?
Oh,
Should have been like,
man.
oh, I'm hooked up to too many sensors. I can't use my arm. Here's my ass.
Oh my goodness.
Like, clean it for me.
I forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, man,
I would have too after that. I am sorry.
I'm sweating like hell over here. It's 96 degrees.
Damn, that's a bit too much for me, man. I'm
Right. I want to go home. I want to go back to where it was beautiful at all year round. Uh, no.
damn. I'm seven. It's 75 right now. You must be baking.
Right. Um, yeah. Uh, topless podcast. Uh, um, I got something. It says,
I'm not getting topless.
"Oh no, I was talking about me. It wasn't saying." Um, sorry about that. If that was
This is
I'm
offensive.
just
sexual
teasing.
harassment.
Okay.
I'm just teasing.
Oh, James getting topless though. Oh,
Yeah.
no,
I still got my undershirt on. I was just taking
no.
the long sleeve off, man.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, yeah,
warm.
you were off camera while you were doing that. All we saw was this stripy shirt getting pulled off. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
okay. That's
Okay.
horrible.
So I got something here.
Yeah, let's
It
change the
says,
subject now.
I think I had a seizure. I don't really have any memories before Thursday. My entire body feels sore and my tongue is all bitten up. Help. I don't
Ooh,
know what to do. First comment says, this is completely normal after
yeah.
a seizure activity. Memory issues and body aches and the actual physical aspect of seizure definitely occur with most people. If you believe you had a seizure, then you need to talk to your PCP and document as much as you remember leading up to the incident and after. Um, I
Yeah,
usually know
I
I had a seizure. Uh,
Are you having the hiccup seizure?
yeah, I
I
get
mean,
these. I'm
I
not sure
joked
if
about
this is
that
because I
earlier
talk a
too,
lot.
Angel.
I'm actually not sure is it because I talk a lot or is it the myoclonics? Because I just found out that myoclonics can be hiccups. So uh, I've been hiccuping like this since we started doing this. Yeah, never paid attention. Uh,
I would so for to answer the question, um, they probably did have a seizure. If they're thinking they did, they're feeling sore. I bite my lip or my tongue many times when I have one. Doesn't matter if I'm standing in the middle of the day or if I'm, you know, asleep in the middle of the night. I've woken up. I don't know if it's this one. Yeah, it actually is, but yeah, I won't show it. But A couple of my pillowcases have, some blood splotches, some blood stains on them from when I've done it in the middle of the night and, bitten it good enough, bitten the tip of my tongue off a bit that I'm, leaking, blood's coming out, and my sheet has a couple of stains on it. Um, I guess I should quit being cheap and get some new ones soon, huh? But but yeah, a couple of them have that on there. So if you feel sore and that's happened, then you probably did. You should, I don't know, get it checked out. At least let your doctor know would be my suggestion. Just because I've had so many where I have bitten that, because now it's like an issue. Like whenever I touch the tip of my tongue, like against my teeth or something, just because of how it is, it always feels like there's something stuck. Like, when you get like a little crumb or something stuck in between your teeth, and then how your tongue feels up against it. Like that's pretty much how, if my tongue touches my teeth, that's how it always feels. Because there's like it's hard to show something so small on the camera, but yeah, the end of it's kind of flattened from where it'd been bitten off. And then, yeah, I have a couple places up here, up top, down. It's usually the right side for me, because I kind of have a crooked crooked tooth, so I think that's where my tongue ends up getting stuck. But yeah, it does sound like that person had one, and they should get it checked out, or at least make a phone appointment, talk to the doctor, let them know it happened, and the mouth injury. Maybe they could see their dentist. I don't know if that makes any difference or not, but
Um,
yeah, there we go.
I think the tongue all bitten up in the sore body, pretty good signs. Um, I'm not saying you had a seizure because I'm not a doctor, but that's a pretty good sign. I would say I had a seizure if I were you, and all that happened to me. Uh, yeah, if you're good and you can do all this and you're at home, pretty much good. What do you do now? You just heal, chill, uh, chill. Yeah, seizure's over. The bad part's over. Find something to do. Um, yeah, a couple comments here. One says, unfortunately, that can be the case. Whenever I have a tonic-clonic, it basically gives me amnesia of my entire day leading up to the tonic-clonic. I can remember after coming out of a seizure, nothing before it. If it was a first-time seizure in the ER, in an ER visit, should be done. Yeah. Update. Definitely had a seizure in the hospital. Whole back is fractured. Oh, sorry to hear that. You guys ever fractured something during a seizure?
Just my tooth and my nose.
Um,
I have gotten an arm dislocated. Teeth. Yeah, I lost teeth. Bit myself. Yeah. Armed. I thought I had my thumb really fractured once when they checked the X-ray. It was clean, but there's things I gotten that I never felt that it got hurt before, and I got an X-ray of it, and there's multiple fractures that didn't heal right.
Ouch.
um, the icebreaker today, Angel, I don't think you got. The icebreaker was, when was the last time you wore gloves and for what?
When was the last time I wore a glove?
And for what?
I wore a white glove because I wanted to be like Michael Jackson.
Mm. I seen
Um,
that movie.
I
Was
gotta
it
Um,
see
any
it
good?
still.
yeah, it was it was a good movie, I guess. It
I wore
was
gloves
just
in the winter
basically
time
everything
because
I
it was
heard as a
cold.
kid.
What?
Come again?
I wore gloves in the winter time because it was cold.
Mm.
You
The
know,
Michael Jackson movie was good. Uh, it was just basically everything I heard growing up as a kid put into a story. A lot of people there were like, "Oh, that happened to him." It was a lot of what I was told as a child, and yeah, we heard Big Joe
okay,
Jackson was
sit
a
there.
villain, and in the movie they showed him as a villain. Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
rough dad.
he wasn't a good dad. Well, he was a
Hey,
very, very
he made
strict dad.
stars. He built stars.
He was a very strict dad or abusive, depends on who you hear from.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
um. So I got something here, and it says started having seizures. Wasn't really scared of them till I had my third one just last week. I don't know why it's happening or what to expect. Never had them before. I'm a 26-year-old male. I'm about 330 pounds. First one was around the start of December. Second one was the start of January. Then I just had this third one last week. First time it happened, I was in the break room at work. Second time, I was in the back seat of a car. Third time, I was in the shower. I've had an epilepsy test, CT scan, MRI, lots of blood work done. My neurologist said all those tests came up normal with nothing distressing. She put me on meds after my first seizure, levetiracetam, 500 milligrams. That is Keppra. Uh, then after the second one, she upped the dosage to 750. Last time I saw her, I asked if she knew why I was having these seizures or if she had any good hunches as to why. And all she said was, in quote, sometimes people just get seizures. I'm seeing her again on the 4th. Not sure what she'll say or what I should ask. Despite my weight being listed, I'm quite an active guy. I also just got my license for the first time in October last year. I've only been able to drive for about a week or two till this all started happening, and the doctor told me I couldn't drive every every 3 months after each seizure. I really like hiking and kayaking as well. I'm very afraid these seizures will impact the things I love doing so much. Uh, I'm very scared to lose my freedom in this way. I don't know what to do or think. I was already incredibly depressed. Now I just really at a loss for what to do and what I have to change to make my life normal again. I don't even know what I can do. I hope the meds are working, but after this third one, I'm just too unsure about all this and I'm scared. Also, side note, I have no idea what's triggering this stuff. I keep telling people I felt absolutely fine before each one seizure I had. I would just be sitting there doing nothing, acting normal, and the next second, I wake up in the ambulance. It's incredibly strange, and it's very scary not knowing when it might happen again. I'm really hoping the people in this sub can relate to me and help me normalize all this in my head because I've been putting on a good face for my friends and family, but inside I'm really scared about everything that I could be missing out on. Hmm. Uh, this person's just looking for advice. Mm.
Well,
Epilepsy, you pretty much
the
got
first
it, I think.
thing is
Uh,
finding triggers.
yeah, watch out for your triggers. I don't want to
Journal
say,
everything.
I don't know if weight is a thing that can make you have seizures. And I don't know what this person's, well, they said they're pretty active. So, yeah, someone did come here and said that they needed to lose weight, but I don't know if that was a problem with their seizures. Um,
Well, if they're stressing about their weight, that's not good for their seizures. So,
hmm.
uh, um,
The
just
stress.
yeah, the psychological stress and guilt of, if that's something that's bothering them, even aside from just the physiological stress of having, that extra weight on a skeleton that was not, meant to support that much. But I don't know. I didn't catch if there was any sort of specifics about how much, to what extent, but
um, uh, oh, the doctor said all the tests were normal, came
okay.
back normal with nothing distressing. That does not mean you're not having seizures. Uh,
Yeah.
Now this person's on Keppra. You can't just kick that stuff cold turkey. Um, pay pay attention to the signs, and yeah, try to avoid triggers. Uh, yeah. Uh, one comment here. One comment here says one of my most frustrating parts of this whole seizure journey is most of us will never know why we have them. It's terrifying that most of us will never get answers we crave and deserve. I wish you health and happiness, friend. I've been on this journey for 3 years, and I'm no closer to an answer than I was when I started. Keep your head up. Another comment here says, so sorry you're dealing with this. Same thing happened to me. I'm about 2 years ago, and I had a brain tumor. Even after the tumor was removed, I still have seizures, and I have to keep upping the dosage of my Keppra. I noticed it happens if I drink too much alcohol, lack of sleep, or stress. Don't know why any of those have been a factor in your life. Don't know if any of those have been a factor recently in your life. Watch out. So, yeah. Quick question. What are your thoughts after your first seizure? After your first seizure, do you remember what you were thinking? Because I wasn't depressed at first because I didn't know what the hell was going on. Uh, and then it didn't get to me because I didn't think it was going to keep going. Uh, yeah, it didn't set in with me until like my fifth seizure because my first came and then I was just like, I don't know what happened. They said you had a seizure. I don't know what that is. They released me from the hospital. Went by fine. Next day was good. No problems. Told everybody this is what happened. Uh, they were just amazed. Like, you had a seizure, man. I only seen that on TV. Um, but yeah, when my fifth seizure happened is when she finally, or a nurse finally explained to me that epilepsy doesn't go away. At first, I thought it was just something that was not going to be here. I'm not going to have seizures. Little old me. Um, 20 years later, uh, thoughts on what's your first seizure? What was that like? Because I don't, yeah, mine wasn't that bad. Till my
I
Mine was
can't
what the
remember any of them.
mine was just what now? What else is fucking going wrong?
I
right.
just kept ending up in the emergency room. Like, why am I waking up here? Why am I waking up here? And, you know, along with the clenching and all that stuff, why am I waking up here? Everybody else saw what happened to me. I didn't.
Oh,
And that was 29 years ago.
wow. Um,
Yeah, mine
I,
were my first ones were focals, and they were, the the tingly roller coaster stomach drop sensation things that I've described here a few times. And uh, I don't recall when it first happened. It was a long time ago. Um, I don't recall even a particular like exact thought, except something along the lines of probably more like, um, is this normal? Do other people feel this? This is probably normal, right? It's probably normal. Everybody else feels this too. I don't need to ask anybody else about it. It's fine.
same thing with my focals. I
I'll
thought,
probably be fine. Probably be fine. Yeah. And if I'm not, then I'll find out. I don't know. Um, but it was I mean, if not teenage years, then early 20s. So, not very good at critical thinking, responsibility at that age. So, not that
um,
I'm that much better now, but I know that I was bad then. So it's a little better at least. Um, yeah.
You guys
um,
ever get like random sharp pains in your head or your face, just like out of nowhere?
yeah, shooting
Yeah.
pains in my hands, my head. Uh,
Yeah.
Sometimes I
Limbs
just close my eyes
sometimes.
for like 20 minutes.
And
Sometimes a
earlier
jolt.
this year, I started getting headaches around the same time every day. Well, every night.
I just keep getting these like random, like right now, I feel like something is stabbing me right here in my cheekbone. But
So that's the worst.
I felt
yeah,
that.
normally it's like right here in my head, always on the right side.
Mm.
It just makes me wonder if it has something to do with the epilepsy and the seizures.
I keep
Worth
finding,
mentioning to your neurologist at the very least, I'd think. It sounds persistently on one side, or not if it's persistently, if it's consistently on one side. There we go. That's a better word.
Typically,
Um,
yes.
yeah, that's something that I would kind of, yeah, that would be a red flag that would go off in my head because my vocals are always, one side or the other side, um, but only one side. So, um, worth mentioning.
I got another post here, and it says, sounds like a seizure. Not sure. I had an experience recently when I started feeling incredibly spacey, dizzy, and nauseous. My scalp started to feel like it was on fire, and then I had a started disassociating very hard where I could barely form a sentence. Then I started nodding back and forth like I was falling asleep, not fainting. I have a large history with fainting, so this wasn't normal for me. After this, I felt incredibly exhausted and kept having terrible headaches and light sensitivity. I couldn't stay awake, which is also very abnormal for me. as someone who doesn't even take naps, not sure what this is. My mom has a history of seizures and said sort of sounds like one. I'm planning on going to the doctor soon. Any advice is appreciated. Listen to your mother. She has seizures. Uh, Very
Take
good
notes.
sign. Yeah, you just got to go to genetic testing now and all that stuff. Um, it's very possible. Yeah, I hate those where you don't know what happened. Um, Mark, what do you think about that? Does that sound like a seizure?
Um, I only I only picked up half of that. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought considering whether it's time to feed the cats or not. So I don't have a good answer for this. I'm sorry.
I got one I do need your help with.
If you were
Um,
wondering though, it's not time to feed the cats yet. Just in
nice.
case that was concerning you.
I got one though. That good thing you're not going to take care of the cats right now. I need everybody's assistance on this because uh,
Yes,
it
do you hear that,
says
Kenny? Pookie's glad you're not getting dinner.
yet. Um, it says differentiate differ differentiating between epileptic and non-epileptic. Does anyone experience both epileptic and non-epileptic seizures that are focal aware? My epileptologist thinks I have both, but I can't tell the difference between them when going through a seizure. It was interesting if anyone on this sub can tell which one they are experiencing, epileptic versus non-epileptic. My epileptologist thinks that my epileptic ones are controlled, but I'm really worried that they are not. She decided that after a clean EEG, but I think we all know that it can be hard to detect a focal seizure in general. Just looking for advice here. Um, but yeah, doctors told me I had a non-epileptic seizure, so I'd really like to know the difference. Um,
This is a good toaster question because doesn't she have PNES
Yes.
oh
Yep,
yeah,
and
he
ep
has both.
and she has both? So this would be a very good question for toaster.
Yes.
okay. I'll save that one for her. But any thoughts of why they would give me that diagnosis, you guys? It isn't like
Oh,
my bracelet doesn't say I have epilepsy. So
yeah. The um epilepsy, epileptic um part of the seizures that we get is related to electrical activity in the brain um becoming abnormal. Um, so when a person has a seizure that is not a result of electrical activity in the brain, that would be a non-epileptic seizure. So it can happen because of like diabetic shock. It can happen because of um, just because, and a lot of similar like stress, psychological triggers can also um, cause these functional seizures, as they're um, sometimes called, have been known in the past as psychogenic um, non-epileptic seizures. But um, I've read that there's excuse me, hold on. I've read that there is a recent move to rename or change the terminology to simply functional seizures as opposed to psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. because they are definitely seizures. They are impairing, um, and the psychogenic part has led a lot of people to jump to kind of an assumption that they're um, like imagined or not real or whatever, or that they're making them up, or um, there's a lot of misconceptions that come with that psychogenic term. So by moving that out and calling them simply functional seizures, which makes sense, they are a disruption in the person's uh, functioning, right? Um, so um, yeah, that's um, the only way that I know that they could certainly diagnose them was if you're having one while hooked up to an EEG and they don't see the electrical activity going off. Like if you're at an EMU day and you have one of your seizures and um, it's not an electrical one, or vice versa, So, um,
But they're still seizures. So
still
regardless of
seizures.
the cause, they're still seizures.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Um, I just remembered something. I did not take my pills the night I went to the hospital. Huh.
That could be why you had a seizure.
No,
How long
the
was it?
the day I had the seizure, that night in the emergency room, they gave
Yeah.
me lamotrigine 100 milligram tab. I take 200 at night and 200 in the morning.
Mm.
Uh, when I got home, I went right to sleep. Uh,
So you had a
didn't
half
pay,
dose.
yeah, didn't pay attention to that until I just read it, and I just remembered they are right. They gave me a little box of orange juice and a little tab. I did not know that tab was 100 milligrams. It makes sense because I kept thinking this pill's kind of small, but post-stick, they'll never put the pieces together. Uh,
How
yeah,
long was the seizure after the I guess the normal time you take your meds?
it says they gave me this pill early. I usually take my meds at 10. It says they gave me this pill at 9:28.
Well then, I mean,
You're,
you weren't like that far behind, or you weren't behind at all, really. But you know what I mean.
I was early and didn't take enough. Uh, see the stuff you find out later? Uh, yeah, something smells good in this house. Um,
Did you smell the
but
song I'm listening to? What if God smoked cannabis?
Nice.
it doesn't smell like cannabis. It smells like hot links.
Oh,
Oh, hot wings would be so good for dinner tonight.
I'm
Um,
wishing I would have stopped by Subway and picked up a sandwich for dinner on my way on my bike ride, but I didn't.
you make me want to get a bike. Uh,
Me too.
I think I like getting stuff delivered though. I like watching it on the little map and they go down each street and then I see them out front and then I'm like, they're gonna come to the door. My
Yeah, I
mom,
get my
she's wanting to
fix
go
watching
out.
my vacuum. I just watch my vacuum cleaner vacuum the house for me.
The little Zumba thing, the little robot.
Yep, I can sit and
Nice.
watch it on the little map go around my house.
I
um,
Hi,
need one of those.
Jinx.
Mark said hi to you, Jinx.
Oh,
Jinx
hey, what's
don't
up, Mark?
give a fuck.
Did you? No, I just didn't hear, man. And you've been on for a while. We've talked already. I didn't. I just didn't expect it. I'm sorry, bro.
Um, I got something here. It says,
What you got?
does this count as a seizure regarding driving? I have focal aware seizures, sometimes turning into myoclonic ones while I eat. I am really looking forward to drive again, and the meds are working really well. Today I had a mini version of a focal aware one while eating a lot of specific food that is triggering a lot of seizures before taking the meds. Wasn't allowed to drive because of the focal unaware and TC ones I have as well. But the food related ones are the food related ones are the ones happening far more often. I was told I also primary wasn't allowed to drive because of the myoclonic part and the food seizure thingy.
Oh,
Now I didn't have it, and the focal aware was really light. Does this still count? I'm gonna ask my epileptologist as well, but I'm not seeing him until the end of July. Um, Maybe someone else had the same issue and knows the answer. I really want my license back. Hopefully, it's a no for the question above. Thank you guys anyway. Really need this help.
The answer is please don't drive. You might kill someone.
Right.
yeah.
That could have been a
Um,
seizure. Being that you don't know, don't
Yeah.
drive.
And with epilepsy, your life will never be the same, but you learn to adjust.
Yeah, I remember after my car accident, I was thinking I was going to go to prison. I was like, oh my goodness, I don't know if I hit anybody, but I'm going to the hospital and
that
they haven't said anything about epilepsy first. So,
that was one thing I wanted to add earlier when we were talking about the other person asking about like selling their car was like if if you think you have issues right now, or if you think you're going to have issues in the future from not being able to drive, just kind of think about the issues you're going to have if you crash into a minivan that has a mom with her four kids in it, and one of them gets injured or one of them gets
Or all
killed
of
or
them get
something like
killed.
that. Yeah, I'm just thinking of just one, even if it's just one, you're still going to get some sort of charge, right? Manslaughter or endangering somebody, injuring somebody. What I don't know the legal terms, but whatever they're called. But you're gonna have those. Not driving, that does suck and that is an issue, but having to face jury and trial for manslaughter, that's also a pretty freaking big issue. So if
Yeah,
you think
have
you
a
have issues
seizure in
right
court.
now, imagine that happening, later on. You've probably injured yourself, you've destroyed your car as long as somebody else's car, somebody else's,
I
family,
destroyed
friend, whatever.
I
It's
destroyed someone else's, being
yeah,
that I wasn't driving my car.
it's gonna be worse than if you just don't drive. And there's not really a way out of that one. If you've already had a couple of seizures, then you have epilepsy, you shouldn't
yeah.
be in a car.
If that's on record, then the law enforcement system will have that, you know, put that two and two together, and they'll be able to, yeah, make that connection, make that charge. I believe it
Yeah.
would be involuntary vehicular manslaughter. Um,
Yeah, and that'll
Yeah.
you
definitely
don't
be
you
the
don't have
the
control over it, but if you know that you are prone to having seizures and you get behind the wheel anyway, then yeah,
yeah.
You're not only taking your life in your hands, you're taking everyone else's life that's out there and in your hands as well. And you can have a seizure at any point in time, whether you've been seizure free for a few months or a few or several years.
Yep. And yeah, we obviously don't have any control of when we have the seizure, but we do have control of picking up a car key and, starting that car and going down the highway. That's our decision, and that's something that we could have controlled. Having the seizure and when it happens, nah, none of us have control over that. We all wish we did, right? But seriously, we can, yeah, control whether or not. And same thing when people ask me like, aren't you afraid of having a seizure on your bike? Like, I'm also afraid of
Better than
having
in a
one
car.
if I drive. Yeah. I am like, and what am I supposed to do? Not move? Like, even if I'm walking on the sidewalk, I could still have one and stumble over and injure myself or something like that. But at least it's just myself. It's not a family, a mom, her, 2-year-old daughter, whatever, whatever the situation is, right? So it yeah, I just wanted to add that on to earlier, kind of connects with what we're talking about right now, is just basically if you've had, like I said, if you've had one, then maybe you just are only gonna have one, and that's it. My I don't know if I've mentioned this before. My brother-in-law had a had a seizure. He had one, and it was when he was 7 years old. He's now 36. He hasn't had a second one, hasn't had any issues with it. He's not on any medications for it. He just had the one, and being so young, and I wasn't obviously there or anything, who knows if it was
Well, that
actually a
smells
seizure or
good.
something
Put your mouth here.
misdiagnosed, or I don't know, but I fear that my nephew
Uh,
might get it. But yeah, there's a lot more
I'll leave the pan in
in
here.
our control than most people think, in my opinion, at least. Sorry.
Yeah. That's damn it, I forgot. I completely forgot the question
Uh,
now, all of a sudden.
we were talking about uh driving. The person wanted to start driving
Oh,
again.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
I was
know if he said
wondering
how many
if,
seizures they've had or how far apart they are.
yeah,
I don't know if that was mentioned, but
I'm
yeah.
wondering if, like, as we move forward now with all of these, driver assists that keep getting added to vehicles now, to the point where like the Tesla full self-driving, while that's technically
Yeah.
not full self-driving, but you know, a person sitting in the driver's seat, not touching the steering wheel, not doing anything except, just occasionally maybe catch it if it happens to go off the rails or something,
Hmm.
kind of like, I don't know. What would you think about that? Would you get behind the wheel if, legality, if there's something like tiers of driver's licenses where somebody with epilepsy could get a license for, these heavily driver assist vehicles where the car's basically doing it. You're in the driver's seat still, to catch it, to kind of check that box off. But it's like the car can catch and take over from you if you start doing some weird ass crazy driver inputs, and you can stop and catch the car from driving into the back of a garbage truck by, stepping on the brake pedal if it's, doing its thing. So I don't know. It's been an idea that has rolled around in my head for a while now. What do you guys think about that? Um
It
if
if
they're yeah.
AI
if
creeps
the
me out. I think
tech
they're wrong.
yeah, I was gonna say if the technology gets better, then I I might consider it. Like, I mean, I mean, and I know that it's like very rare, but it's like the viral clips you see of like a car like hitting something, or and then like it backs up and then goes forward and then backs up, or you see it do some crazy ass moves or something. If it
Mhm.
got better, then I might consider it. But then there's also the thing you have to think of is if, I don't know what you want to call it, the main system, the technology of it, fails, then what do? You are then going to have to be the one that's actually controlling and driving the car.
Yeah.
Or,
Well, I
how
think
does,
the idea there would be like emergency intervention and stuff, like pull over off the side of the road, something, hit the brakes to keep you from running into something, um, more
yeah, but
so
then you're kind
than
of
having
stranded in the
a
middle of nowhere, and you would have been better off calling, a taxi or an Uber or a friend, whatever, ahead of time before you know spending 40, 50, 60,000 dollars on your own car, which then fails on you. It's Yeah, it's like 50-50 on at least my opinion. That's why I said if the technology gets way better, like
yeah.
computers, obviously they're not the same as they were in like 1960 or something. Like
I
right
mean,
now I can turn on my
this
computer, it'll work
alone
perfectly
is
fine.
bigger than
Yeah,
that
or your phones
because
too.
yeah.
Like you don't have to worry about a backup system or it failing. Like if the self-driving vehicles got to that point, then yeah, maybe I would do it. But if it's still as bad as it is right now, nah, I wouldn't get in one.
Mm.
They
Have
already
you
have
ridden
like
in one?
driverless taxis in some places I've heard, and
Mm.
they've had horror
Mhm.
stories about them getting stuck in parking lots and locking the passengers inside the car, and they couldn't get out. And it's
Yeah, and
only
they
as
get
good as
like
the
stuck up
technology, and
against
there's always a
walls or curbs, and
yeah.
yeah.
And I mean, technology fails. So I don't know. I mean, technically, according to the state law, I could go get my driver's license right now.
Yeah,
But
yeah, me too. My seizures aren't getting reported to the DMV every time I have them, so they don't know.
mine were never reported to the DMV except for when I went to renew my license, and there was that they made you answer a question, have you had a seizure within the last 6 months? And I said yes. And they're like, I'm sorry, ma'am, we can't issue you a driver's license.
Oh,
Like,
self snitch. Oh no.
yeah. Well, the whole reason that I kind of paused before I answered it and I debated saying no, but I was like, no, there if something were to happen, my doctor knows about that seizure and it's been less than 6 months. I don't want to go to jail. So
Oh,
I was honest.
Yeah.
Honesty is the best policy. I don't want a vehicular manslaughter charge.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I have no plans of trying to get my license back or buying another car or
Or
I just if I
another
don't feel comfortable getting in the car with my grandson, I do not think I should be willing to put anyone else's life at risk. It's not just my life.
and another thing that I only thought of recently, and I don't think we've ever talked about it on here. How expensive would insurance be for us? Because you have to know that insurance companies try and screw you in any way that they can. So if they're looking into your past and they see, multiple seizures on it, they're probably going to have, your average rate skyrocket just on the, on the basis of that. They try and get you for any tiny, little thing. Like, for example, say you have a DUI, that's clearly something you can control, you clearly can get out of, and they still, they'll still up your rates a ton. So if I have several seizures and I can't control that, you know that they're gonna
I
shove
still
it
had
up
a
your
car
bum
and
on the premium.
I still had a car and a driver's license for I think 5 years, and my insurance rates never went up.
Did they know that you had
I
epilepsy
didn't tell
though?
them.
Well, see, then
I
they
didn't
didn't.
tell them.
If they don't know, then
Yeah.
they don't have a reason
I don't.
to up it. That's what I'm
How
only
would they
saying
find
if
out?
they know.
Well, if
Yeah.
they know, yeah, but how would they find out? They don't have a right to your medical records.
Well, if you just got your license back after several years and you had to clear it with the DMV, which looks, at least here in California, will, look at everything, including your medical records. And the doctors here in California have to let the DMV know each time so they know how far apart they are. It's different. It's probably different in every state, but at least
Yeah,
here, I'm saying how
all
it
I
would
got to
be.
do is all I got to
And
do is
if
get a piece of paper signed from the doctor and go in and take a new driving test. They don't
but
report to
it'll
the
it'll still
DMV
say
here.
on that piece of paper from the doctor, you know, she hasn't had a seizure in 6 months. They'll be like, why are you giving me this if you've never had one in the past? Like, I know I'm just kind of thinking negatively right now, but I'm just thinking of the situation that, most of us would be in
I
trying
think
to get it back.
they mostly look at your driving record,
Yeah.
and my driving record's really good, so
Mm.
I don't know. It's possible. I mean, I don't know how it all works, but it might not. I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah,
Ugh.
no, it's just a thought I had a few days ago is like, if they won't even let us get our license now, if we do get it back, how strict is the insurance company going to be? Like, sure, they'll give us,
Oh yeah, they'll insure you. It's
that,
just a matter of
but
how much.
of how much? Yeah. Like, sure, Bugatti will sell me a car right now, but how much is it going to be? After I fork over the 3 million, of course they'll give me a car. Just like after I fork over, 1,000 a month, of course AAA is going to
Someone,
insure me.
uh,
What'd you say, Pookie?
someone told me that you have to get insurance before they let you drive off from the place. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. In order to legally operate a motor vehicle on state motorways, you have to have both the license and
And insurance.
valid insurance.
Is,
Yeah.
is
So
that
they're
is that
not.
nationwide now?
Yeah.
I know it is in
Okay.
California, and you're in California, so
Because yeah, I was gonna
uh,
say California has been like that for a long, long time, but I didn't know if it was nationwide now or not. Because I know there were some states like, probably this is probably like 20, 30 years ago, but some states that, yeah, you didn't have to show proof of insurance to have a car. You could get it, yeah, you could be driving around without insurance. If you got into a crash, then it was out of your own pocket and that was your fault. But some places used to let you get away with no insurance.
huh. um, yeah. So even if you like just buy a car, you got to get someone else to insure it, right? Because insurance won't insure an epileptic, right?
I mean, the insurance companies, car insurance companies won't know you're epileptic unless it's something in your driving record about having
Yeah.
an epilepsy related incident. So, they don't,
Okay.
yeah, like Andrea said, they don't have a right to go into your your medical files like that. It has to be something reported to them. Um,
That's what I was
so
saying. I guess it depends on which state
yeah,
you're in. Like here in California, the doctors have to report it.
auto
So you,
insurance was first required by
yeah.
law in the United
So I
States
mean,
in
if it was
1925.
just one where I had in the middle of the night and I stayed home and didn't tell anybody, then obviously doctor doesn't know and they can't report it. But if it's something bad enough where I have to let my doctor know or go to the ER or something, then yeah, they have to let somehow, I don't know exactly how they do it, but they have to let the state or the DMV know about it, and then you're basically right back to starting off, the 6 month period of not having one. And for me personally, since I have them, every between 2 and 3 months, there's not really a way around it, for me. So yeah, if I were to actually drive again, the car would have to be, insured under somebody else's name, put, like registered in that person's name. And yeah, it would just have to be a bunch of loopholes, which I'm too lazy to do all of that to then just put myself in danger. At the end, that's pretty much what it is. So that's too much work for my lazy ass.
New Hampshire is the only state that does not mandate car insurance for all drivers. However, New Hampshire drivers must prove they have the financial capability to cover damages if they cause an accident.
How do
Uh,
you prove that?
Rather have
uh,
insurance, not go through that.
Yeah. How do you
Uh,
prove you can cover damage? Like are you going to be able to prove that you're not going to rear end a Ferrari? Like
Maybe your
I might
job. Maybe they'll be
I
like, "Oh,
might
you're
have,
unemployed. You're
50,
driving."
but I might have like 50 grand in my, savings account, but if I rear end a Ferrari or something and cause $100,000 worth of damage, how that seems like such there could be such loopholes in that law.
Don't forget the
They might as
hospital
well,
bills.
they must
yeah, and hospital bills as
prove to
well. Yeah,
the
exactly.
state they can state's financial responsibility laws typically enough to cover 25 to $50,000 for bodily injury and $25,000 for property damage if they cause an accident. So if you choose to drive uninsured in New Hampshire, you gotta prove you got at least $75,000 sitting in a bank account, or you
Mm,
can pay a monthly insurance fee.
I'd rather pay the monthly. They
And
take
Yeah,
care
pay,
of that.
yeah, pay the monthly fee and buy another car.
and I would definitely not
Got
want to
enough
own an
there to get a
expensive
nice,
car in New
a
Hampshire.
nice Bimmer. Yeah, 75,000, something real fast and irresponsible.
Yeah, I would not want to own a sports car there because if you get hit with an uninsured driver, you're kind of screwed on getting your car repaired. Because I guarantee they're not going to have enough to fix, yeah, to fix that. The uninsured person, I mean.
Yeah, there must not be many Ferrari and McLaren owners in New Hampshire. They opt for either friendlier states or um, uh, friendlier vehicles, economically friendly, you know.
I'm sure with
But I
gas
mean,
prices right
all
now,
like
there'd
up
be
north,
plenty
the
of people not
snow
buying them.
and everything, like salt on snow. Well, of course, I mean, yeah, if you have a super nice like supercar, up north, it's like half of the year you can't even take it out of a garage because it's all
That's
like
true.
like the salt on the roadways will just
Yeah. Oh,
it will rust out and corrode, destroy everything. Yeah, you have to
wow,
have
that would
like
suck.
an entirely different vehicle just for winter. But I mean, if you've got one of those cars to begin with, you
I
probably
was gonna say you
barely
have enough
drive it
money to
in, yeah.
you could
Got
yeah, you could buy like
a
a
little
Honda
beater
Civic for winter, right?
Volkswagen, yeah,
Yeah.
a little Golf GTI, or no, one with the with all-wheel drive for the winter weather. Yeah, that
There we
was
go. Yeah.
yeah, rear-wheel drive alone is can
Mm-mm.
get a little disconcerting when
Give me a
yeah,
4-wheel drive truck.
Four
yeah,
by four.
the weight,
Um,
enough weight to push
You
those
you just
tires
gotta sing that,
down
Andrea, and
on
it's a
the yeah.
perfect.
I
um,
used to I used to have
quick
one.
question. I got something here.
What type? What you have?
What did I have? It was
Yeah,
a Z71 Hunter
nice,
Green
Mm.
extended cab.
Did you
nice.
get the big
Really
tires?
pretty. It didn't have the great big tires on it,
I'll
but
be
it
right
had
back.
truck tires on it.
I
It
mean,
had a grill guard
they
on the
come with
front.
truck tires. Yeah.
Right. Had a big grill guard on the front, the big cattle guard thing.
Nice.
Um,
Very cool.
Back in my country days,
Country
run
day.
around on the dirt roads.
I just got a text message that says, "What type of epilepsy do you have?" My brother has grand mal seizures. I know who it's from, but that's a weird text to get out of nowhere.
At least it's from
Uh,
someone you know.
I mean, yeah, if it's from someone you know and someone you know knows you have epilepsy, well, clearly they do. Yeah, I guess they may just had an incident or something and they're trying to reach out to somebody they know to see if they can find someone, some insight, some comfort, something. I don't know if they're
Support,
yeah,
information.
yeah.
mm,
You should text them
uh,
back. Tell them to join the
uh,
podcast.
I did not want to text her in the first place. Uh, hey, um, so we're live. Yeah. Damn, I can't take back what I said. But I wasn't a fan of her. But unfortunately, she had my number already. Uh,
Did you get some yummy
good
food from
date.
your mama?
My mama or her mama?
Your mama.
And your
I heard you
mama.
say something about
Oh,
that smells good.
Yummy food.
oh, oh yeah, yeah. I had to stir the food, so I
Oh,
didn't get any. It's still hot. It's um some 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 type of sausage with some type of rice and some type of other ingredient.
Is that a jambalaya?
There we go. How'd you guess that like that?
Because
Uh,
because it's
I
sausage and
eat
rice.
sausages. I
yeah,
like jambalaya. It's yeah, and it's a southern thing, It's Louisiana
I thought I
comfort
smelled
food,
hot
and
links. That's exactly what it was.
Louisiana is just a little hot over from Florida. So yeah, there's
That's
a lot of those Creole
that's
recipes
interesting that
that
you knew
kind
that.
of get spread over all around the Gulf Coast. And the Tabasco peppers, that's
Ben,
where they got their name.
you ever been?
Been I've been to Louisiana, yeah. New Orleans, got to see the above ground cemetery there. It's interesting. It's really cool, actually. This is another thing that I like about having been homeschooled. Um, could just up and go on a trip whenever we wanted, you know. I wasn't beholden to any school schedule. So, um, yeah, right after I was pulled out of school, my um Mm, my grandparents took me on a road trip up and down the Mississippi. Went all the way up to Michigan, visit my great grandmother up there in Michigan. Saw the Great Lakes and stopped at Civil War battlefields along the Mississippi on the way up. Uh, uh, Alabama. Oh, Huntsville, Alabama, the rocket. They built the rockets there. Um, and there's,
Rocket news.
yeah, that's tomorrow. But, yeah, Huntsville, Alabama, they build the rockets there. And then they ship them by barge. That's how they get those like rockets the size of a skyscraper. They don't drive them down the interstates on like super oversized loads. They just put them on a boat and float them around the Florida Peninsula and up around. They got special big channels they cut into the island to float them up. Um, so yeah, they it's cool thing. It's like
Save the oversized loads on the highway for the windmills.
yeah, the wind turbines, pico
Yes.
crucifixes.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
Seen a lot of them on the highways around here.
I mean they're cool, it's big, impressive, but you know.
Yeah, I know. Not good.
um, I had something here and forgot what it was, but I got something here that I could read. Um,
Sounds like a plan. Go
I
for
keep
it.
thinking about Mark guessing that jambalaya. That was surprising because I had forgot the name and all I said was sausage and rice, and that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that was interesting, Mark.
That's like that's the basis of jambalaya. I mean, there's other ingredients there, but sausage
It's
and rice.
basically sausage and rice
Yeah, yeah,
and spices, and it's got
yeah.
some vegetables
Cajun,
in it.
Cajun
Sometimes it gets
spices.
shrimp.
Some okra.
That's what I
Um,
was saying. It's some type of other stuff, but I don't know what it is.
uh,
It's just too many
crawdads.
different type things.
Yeah,
Something in there is orange or red. Uh,
um, like
I think
Like seasoning
uh,
wise, or like the whole
I
thing
don't
is
know.
that color,
The whole
or
thing
it's
is
like
now red
pieces.
or orange or
oh,
really, really dark orange.
That's the
Uh,
seasonings.
seasonings.
oh,
Just yeah, paprika and some dried peppers and other miscellaneous Creole spices and seasonings. But paprika really is
I
what
got
jumps out
something.
in my mind is like the red, the brownish red.
Yeah, I smell it. Smells good. I'm
I mean,
trying
you're
to
talking about it so
finish.
much, I can smell it.
I'll
Man,
start with the. I'll start here. It says, I am worried about how I act when I have my seizures. Are they reflective of how I really am or how I really feel? I've had epilepsy since I was roughly 16 to 22 ish. That's a big gap. Um, it's hard to say for a variety of reasons. Either way, the thought of asking This question only occurred to me just now, despite me being in my later 30s. When I have a seizure, especially a petite mal, I've known I've known I can act in strange ways, asking weird questions and doing non-essential things. One of the things I found myself doing when I'm having an episode is ask various girls I know if they want to do things like marry me, as well as some hurtful things to people I consider close friends, or like previously, I've written it off as me acting without any thought or reason. After all, I don't know some girl I barely interact with online beyond knowing she's a girl. So why would I spend my life with her? But at the same time, I can't deny I do feel lonely at times, and having a romantic partner at my side would obviously help with that. So the fear is that things I'm saying and doing are how I truly feel. And normally I filter it out. When I'm having an episode, I lack that said future. I mean, yeah, it says future. Think they want to put a filter. I lack that said future. And the truth comes out. Not to mention, if I ever do get lucky enough to marry me, how will she feel about me potentially asking some random girl to become my wife as well, especially if there's even a hint it might be true? Hmm. So I'm curious to know, how likely is it that any of these weird acting outs during petite mal or grand mals have any actual weight behind them, or if they're just closer to random nonsense that just happen to be coherent. Personally, uh, I think this person's tripping. It's I wouldn't say the actions you do aren't a reflection of you. Um, but if I told someone I want to marry them and I'm out of it, obviously something's wrong with me. And this person could tell that. So I don't think you meant that. Uh,
I would say it's totally misfiring of shit in your brain and not you. So don't worry about it.
but also, um, I'm also thinking that maybe if that was on that person's mind, maybe they always wanted to ask this person that. And like they said, they lacked that filter. Uh,
Yeah. Or if not that person specifically, then like a general abstract loneliness that they want to resolve or correct, and they're,
it's
they're
like
trying
after you
to.
have a seizure, you're just you got that confidence that you didn't have before you had the seizure. Uh,
Brains do really weird shit though. Think about all the weird ass dreams you've had in your life. They don't make sense.
yeah, yeah. It could. I don't say that's a reflective of how you are, but I could feel like some that came out that you might have wanted to come out, and you didn't have the how do you guys put that? I don't want to say balls. You didn't have the
I knew that's what you were
confidence
thinking.
uh to do it until you weren't yourself, and then you were just like, go for it. And you told her how you feel. And yeah, this sounds like that's what the person wants it to sound like. I want her to feel like I meant to say it. That's what that sounds like. Uh but yeah, hope for the best. There's one comment that says, "No, you're fine. If I had some deep thoughts that were manifesting in real time, then I wouldn't have tried to climb into a cutlery drawer after an absence. Another comment here says, I think I know the feeling. Apparently, during my focals, although I have no memory of this behavior, I've just been told about it from other people who saw it from the outside. I would get very angry at a seizure happening, screaming and crying, stomping around the house, but it's your brain misfiring. It's not it's not a telltale the normal paths that you've built up in your conscious life. It's creating new paths that you likely don't use yourself. Think of the seizure like water going over a dam. Usually it's normal neural activity takes the path that you are built up yourself, but in a seizure, it can go around the path. It finds new ways to travel during paths it take. Oh my goodness. Um, yeah, none of the other rest of it makes sense. The way you behave during a seizure doesn't accurately represent who you are as a person. That's all I gonna read. Um, yeah, that's not you. Don't blame yourself for any of your actions, I'd say. Uh,
Definitely not.
unless you want to. Unless you want to tell her, yeah, that was me. I meant it, finally got it out, then go for it. But yeah. Um, Kevin, the icebreaker today, I don't remember it. I shouldn't even
When's
said
the
that.
last time you when's the last time you wore gloves and why? I got you, Pookie.
I'm playing the Jeopardy song in my head. Your mic's on mute, so I'm still playing the
Yeah,
song.
I was just thinking, had to be. So I was sitting on my uh what is it, my easy chair over there, my lounge, and everything falls back into that. And I reached back and I found a whole bunch of gloves, found like five gloves, and because I could never find the other glove. And so when was the last time I wore these? Um, had to be a Sunday or a Saturday, because that's when I help move uh, luggage and stuff. And long story. Um, I'm gonna say April April 18th. Yeah.
Moving luggage around?
Hmm. My I have relatives that come over to visit, and I'm guessing I'm just that's just a wild guess, but and I help. They come to visit and they leave. Uh, Sometimes we make food for them, uh, and they leave, and I hold the bags. And sometimes it's raining out. Sometimes it's either sometimes it's cold in April. Sometimes it's you know the weather is hit or miss. So I'm gonna say the odds are it was a Saturday or Sunday in April. So yeah.
Very nice of you to carry their bags for them.
Yeah. So back to epilepsy. Um, there's a comment here. I mean, I don't know, there's a post here. Um, it says torn between online versus in-person's master's program with epilepsy history. I just need advice. Hi, everyone. I'm looking for some honest input from people with experience with MSW programs or grad school, especially online versus in person, because I'm feeling pretty torn. A little background: I was previously in an in person MSW program. My old neurologist had me on too many medications that ended up causing two seizures while I was in the program. Since then, my medical situation has changed a lot, and I've been seizure free for almost a year. And I almost switched my neurologist. I have been drug resistant. I have been drug resistant epilepsy, but I've been stable for almost a year now. I'm 26, almost 27, and really want to finish my master's and move forward with my career and life. Right now, I've been admitted to both an online MSW program and an in-person MSW program. And I'm struggling to decide which direction to go due to my epilepsy. If anyone has any advice, that would be great. I would truly appreciate it. Purple heart emoji. So I'd say try the at home. Uh, it's way more stress. I mean, way less stress than having to get there and the stuff that comes along with that. It's probably gonna need a ride from someone or a bus, and yeah, to prevent all that, you can do it from home. Yeah, if you have both opportunities, I'd say at home. That's a me thing. How you feel about that, Andrea?
I would say the same thing, especially with depending on their seizure frequency, they could kind of not have to worry about getting up and going to class if they need to take some time. It would just be
Mhm.
easier if they were doing it online.
Yeah. The in person is fun, but yeah, if you're a person who might not want to be getting up early because of your epilepsy, you don't have to worry about getting to class early and making it on time and late. Mental stuff can mess with you. Um, one of the comments here says, considering you've been stable for almost a year now, epilepsy shouldn't be the deciding factor. Instead, what do you like more? Is one better than the other, etc.? I've done mine online, but it was because I worked a day job also. Yeah, that's cool. Uh, there's a convenience with it being at home. That factor can take a lot of stress off you. Um, have been experiencing some weird side effects with lacosamide. Hi everyone, I just wanted to ask, is anybody on lacosamide or may have been?
Well,
Okay, I can keep reading
extended
then.
release.
Been having some weird side effects with lacosamide. Hi everyone, I just wanted to ask, am I the only one who has experienced this on lacosamide? In quote, Vimpat. I've been taking 100 milligrams twice daily for about 6 months, and lately I feel like a few things have been off. The biggest one is memory. I've been having trouble with short term memory. Like, I'll have a thought in my head and then it just disappeared. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out what was I about to say. Sometimes I also struggle to find words. Like, I know what I want to say, but it takes me a second to get there. I've also noticed I can be slower to react sometimes. If someone calls out my name, it takes me a second to process it. I've also had some balance issues, not constant dizziness, but more like my body doesn't correct itself fast enough. I've had multiple falls recently, and what's weird is I keep falling to the right specifically. I'm visually impaired, so At first, I thought it was just me or things like uneven college sidewalks. I've always fallen in situations where I shouldn't really, like inside the bathroom stall when I stand up. I ended up injuring my right ankle from one of the falls, and now it's getting swollen again after falling on it more than once. This might be TMI, but I also have trouble orgasming, and I'm wondering if that could be related too. For context, I have used marijuana, but I also already spoke with my neurologist and was told it's okay for me. I'm actually seeing him today and I plan to bring all this up, but I want to ask if anyone else has any experience with anything similar. Am I the only one dealing with this? And if you've had these kinds of side effects, what did your doctor end up doing or recommending? Thank you. Heart emoji. I did not take that medication, but um, if you don't like what that neurologist is saying, get a second opinion. Uh, that's a lot to do. You're having problems in two different departments.
It all has
Uh,
comes from the brain though.
yeah, there you go. Just yeah,
And meds fuck with everything.
there you go. Yeah. So, you experience anything weird, Mark?
I mean, most of what they described sounds pretty par for the course with the Vimpat that I've experienced, you know, especially like the dizziness and the delay. They did a good job describing it there. I don't know. It's difficult to convey because it's not constant, but like if I turn my head, it's like it takes my brain a half a second to catch up with that rotation. Um, but
But that's not just the weed.
I have been very familiar with the way weed makes me feel with when I turn my head, long before any Vimpat was added into the equation. So that variable has been very well isolated. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Um, done your research. Uh, one of
Always
the
good to do
comments
your
here.
research.
Yeah. One of the comments here says, "You're not alone. Although I experienced this before, and after seizure meds, my husband always says, in quote, use your words. Then what happens to him? I remind him to, in quote, use his words. LOL. I'm 54 and was diagnosed a year ago. Definitely speak to your neurologist. Lacosamide is my wrap, and I take 300 XR every night along with Keppra 3,000 milligrams XR every night. Yeah. Um, I'm glad I'm only on one medication at the moment. Uh,
God, I wish I only had to take one kind of medication. I think I have 7 prescriptions, and only 2 of them are epilepsy meds.
I'm only laughing because you're laughing. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Freaking anti-inflammatories, muscle relaxers. I shouldn't be conscious.
Mm.
I'm glad you are. Um,
Me too. Most days.
um, I got something. It says seizure during MEG scan. Long story short, I've been having TCs for 10 years now. It's gotten so bad, I haven't been able to work for the past almost year. My MRIs never really showing anything. Only thing when I was younger. So when I know it's front left temporal lobe, but EEGs showed lots of activity. I was in the EMU in September for 2 weeks, and the docs had the review meetings in December and kind of just insinuated surgery was the best next step. I've done the neuropsychology testing with good results and have psychiatry coming up. Doc referred me to MEG scan, and thankfully, I think it was a sleep deprived one, and I seized during it. After I came to, they resumed testing, but now I have to wait a few weeks for the results and worrying myself that the seizure may have caused me to move away from the machine and they might not have caught it properly. Anyone have anything similar and get good results? I'm desperate at this point for them to just say yes, dive in, anything to get my life back. Main issue, as Doc said, because they couldn't visualize on on MRI, they wouldn't be able to place intracranial electrodes specifically enough. But then he kind of glossed over it and continued pre-surgery prep. Uh, Anybody ever got those SEEG thing where they put it in your brain? Never been through it.
I have
I know
not.
Kate has
Me?
had I think it's part of the whole RNS, um, but I don't recall anybody else um in our group. And it'd be a good question for Kate.
I did a one-on-one with a girl who had those things in. Uh, yeah, way while back. Um, go back like earlier in the beginning. I forgot her name. Uh,
Sorry.
but yeah. But isn't a seizure during the MEG scan good?
Um,
I don't know. I mean, it would be good for them to be able to track the brain waves, I'm sure, but I
wait,
don't know.
during an EEG or an MEG?
MEG.
MEG is the magnetoencephalography. I can't hardly say that word, but that like tracks your real time brain activity or something, as what it said.
Yeah.
I mean, genuinely, I was gonna be like mad if I didn't have a seizure at my EMU. Like, I was like, this is the safest place I can have one. I literally have nurses watching me every second of every day. I wanted to have one so that way they could get, all the whatever you call it, the brainwave information, and they would be able to read it, see what's going on, maybe change my meds, and it it worked exactly like that. As I told you guys, I had one about 30 minutes after I got there. Then I had two more later in the week. They saw whatever was going on with my brain. They switched my meds. Like it went perfectly exactly as I wanted to. I mean, obviously nobody wants to have a seizure, right? But
I wish I would have.
if I was going to have one at any time, they're going to happen at some point. Why not be in a good environment like that, right? So I wasn't upset. I wasn't annoyed. Sure, I was, sore and a couple places hurt and things like that, but in the end it led to, yeah, them knowing more about my situation, me changing a medication. So yeah, I think it was a good thing. If somebody's going into that situation, they should look at it a little more positive and think that it's a good thing. I know, like I said, I know it's going to suck if you have them, but the the positives definitely outweigh the negatives in that specific situation of epilepsy.
So, what is the baseline neurologists are trying to establish exactly with a patient having a seizure in that environment. I mean,
I
I
I
I'm not
honestly
sure.
don't. Yeah, I honestly don't know either because I don't know like what, they showed me like this graph where my brain waves are going up and down and like these different numbers and things on the screen and I'm like, "Oh, cool." And in my head I'm like, I don't have a baseline to go off of. I don't know what, I'm supposed to compare this to. Like
Because
when
I
certain
had something like that when I was
Mhm.
12 or 13, and they were like, I
Oh
didn't have a
wow.
seizure. Nothing happened. I sat there for like 3 hours and I came out and they gave me a full diagnosis. They just looked at it, two lines, came out like an hour later, and they're like, okay, here's your diagnosis. You're JME. That's it.
That
Juvenile, yeah,
yeah,
Any
that
generalized
reason?
JME. And I was like, what? How do you get that from?
yeah, that seems like very, I don't know, generic or general to me. I mean, especially to maybe they just thought because of your age, it didn't really matter how they explained it. You're just gonna be like, meh. Like, I mean, we're fully grown adults now, and we're still like, what does this mean? So maybe they were just like,
Hmm.
yeah, 12-year-old ain't gonna get this. Let's just gloss over it real quick and be done. Like, it could have just been the doctor being lazy or something, right? Like, I
Yeah, I,
I don't know the situation. I'm just generalizing, but yeah.
Surprisingly
yeah,
enough, been doing this for a year and I've learned a lot.
yeah. So have I. Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, I've learned infinite more information than I knew before, meeting all of you and having all these discussions. I mean, that's every time, I pop on here, I learn different stuff about meds or situations or about, all of you guys. I mean, there's a reason why we all keep coming back. I think we're all helping each other, and that's why we all are here each time. I would assume, right, guys? I mean, it's
Yes.
yeah.
yes, shout out to Nature Made. He said it first.
Wait, what? Who did?
Huh?
What? What do you mean? Who said it?
Oh, I don't know. Um,
What?
what'd you say?
Timing
I
was
did.
good. You know that.
I did not say anything about nature, me.
Well, now you just did.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's a good thing for sure, but I'm just saying I didn't. Yeah, I didn't say it.
Caught you off guard. Gotcha. Um, anybody having nocturnals?
Yeah.
No?
How about this, Pookie? There we go.
Okay. Mm, there you go. Shout out. Um,
Yup,
I
yup.
got something here. And it says, I don't know, random seizure. Hi guys. I had a full on 3 to 5 minute shaking seizure session 3 days ago and got brought into the ER. I'm 16 with no previous symptoms or signs of seizures before this in the hospital. They did many blood tests. Hi guys. I had a this is no periods or commas, you guys. I'm just reading it. Um, I had a full on 3 to 5 minute shaking seizure 3 days ago and got brought into the ER. I'm 16 years old with no previous symptoms or signs of seizures before this. In the hospital, they did many blood tests, a urine test, a CT head scan, a chest x-ray, and an EKG. Everything has came back normal, and we know the cause wasn't lack of sleep, hormones, or not eating, dehydration, or heat or temperature. I wasn't sure if anyone here had any ideas on what might have caused it. I am getting an MRI tonight and got a referral from for a neurologist to do an EEG. I still don't know when yet. Thanks so much, guys. Um, it's under advice. Uh, hope for the best. I hope
Sometimes
you,
seizures happen and there is no reason, you know? You may never
yeah,
get an answer, but welcome to this shitty club, I guess, that is epilepsy.
right. Get ready for a long ride because it's not going anywhere other than what you. Um, yeah, man,
Yeah, like
epilepsy
my
sucks, bro.
yeah, I was gonna say that yeah, it really sucks at that that age, like that young. I'm really sorry to hear that to, whomever this is. And yeah, like Andrew was saying, sometimes there's not going to be an answer or a, a fix to it or anything. Just to play off of what I said earlier, my brother-in-law had one at 7 and hasn't had one since, has no issues with it, no medication, nothing. And I had my first one in 20 years ago, and here I am now on a bunch of medications, doing several tests, and I've had dozens of them since. It's you never know what's going to happen in between. So just, yeah, try and be positive about it. I know that's tough, but also try and get as much help you can from different doctors. I know it might seem annoying, time taking, maybe a little embarrassing, depending the things you might have to say. But I promise you, in the long run, it'll be better to get that stuff, dealt with and taken care of early on, because then you might be able to find something that helps a little bit better rather than doing what I did and waiting years and years and years to give up driving or take it a little more seriously. So just, yeah, do what you can right now. You're young enough, or most likely, I don't want to generalize, but you're young enough, you have probably your parents or family, your guardian, whatever your situation is, you'll have them to definitely help you out and be there for you. So take advantage of that while you can. Sorry that was such a long response. I just felt I had to give a
All
little
right.
more. Sorry.
Um, it's all right. I read one of his comments and then we'll move on. One says, "Hey, that must have been terrifying. Sorry you went through that at 16. It's really good news. All the ER tests, blood, urine, CT, X-ray, EKG came back normal, and obvious triggers were ruled out. The MRI tonight, plus neurologist, EEG, are the exact right steps to go. A lot of first seizures don't show clear causes on basic tests, so let the specialist figure out with the full workup." Um, yeah. Hold on, my phone is tripping. No. All right. Um. Um. I forgot where I was. Does anyone take lamotrigine? I've been on this level for years, and I think it's gotten to the point where it's toxic. Any comments, suggestions are welcome. I won't make any changes or alteration of my current plan until after I speak to my doc. Um, right now I'm on a 1,000. Whoa.
What?
Um, 1,000 milligrams of lamotrigine.
Hmm.
Um,
Isn't that pretty high for that med?
Yeah, my doctor told me 200 was high, and I'm on 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Also, here in the comments, it says, "Does that sound a little high to anyone?" Yeah.
Yeah, but the dose, like the increment of the pill that they give you is one thing, but your body's absorption levels and the actual blood serum level of the medication that results from that is different. So they may have had a whole process of like taking it and having blood tests done, and their body just may be really bad at absorbing it. And so it may take, 1,000 milligrams to reach an actual like therapeutic blood serum level. Not that that's for sure what's happening, but there are reasons to go over the maximum daily dose. Um, I mean, at least as far as I've been told by my neurologist, they've got me up at the maximum of a couple of my meds, and they're saying, we got to do blood tests before we go any further to see if this is really actually getting absorbed because, you know, yeah. So I don't know. Did they give any more information about it in that post?
Nope.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was wondering too, is how many times a day do they take it? Like, is it split up or something? Like the reason I
Mm.
mentioned that is when I when they upped my dosage of lacosamide, instead of being only at night, they had it they split it up to half in the morning and half at night. So I was taking a higher dosage, but it was twice a day, so it, spread it out a bit. It would keep the level of it, in my system a little more even than just taking one quick, blast of it, in the evening. So that's another thing too, if they're taking it all at once, that sounds pretty crazy. But, if they're taking it, morning, lunch, night, then, it being broken up makes a little more sense for that dosage. But yeah, that's hard to know without them
Mm.
specifying.
Yeah. Um, I got something else here though, and it says, "Trying to join the military. Need medical advice." Mm. I'll read it. Hi, 18-year-old male. So I'm in the process of trying to enlist, and I was wondering if there was any potential chances of joining the Air Force still. The job I want is special warfare job called pararescue. When I was 7, I had febrile seizures. I had two within 3 months of each other. The cause was a little girl got me extremely sick. I haven't had a single seizure since. I was almost 12 years old. I have been off of medication for almost 8, but I was diagnosed with epilepsy 4 years ago. The records I have obtained: one, were past EEG records; two, clinical notes and previous testing; three, pharmacy records; four, all previous medical records info. The things I'm working on obtaining are: one, a current neurological consultant; two, a current sleep deprived EEG. I really want to be a pararescueman, and I know that I can become a liability in the field if this was a real problem. Thankfully, it's not. But I want to prove this isn't a problem anymore, and I outgrew epilepsy. So if you have any advice or tips or anything, suggestions to help me increase my favor, um, I'd like to ask you for help. That's all.
I thought they were letting
Um,
anybody join right now.
Anybody. Hmm.
Well,
I don't
they
want to
they
go,
up
so
they upped the age for people that could sign up. They took away a few health restrictions. They're trying to do anybody or trying to do anything they can to get people sent over to Iran to die. I mean, the fucking yeah, military is a bunch of a-holes right now. They'll take anybody and do anything to get a body over there. I thought that all the restrictions were pretty much gone as long as you're within an age limit. So I'm not seeing too
they
much of
send
an issue
5,000
for
people
them.
to Poland.
They what?
They send 5,000 soldiers to Poland.
Oh yeah, because we're still fighting with Russia and Ukraine. So yeah, just sorry, I didn't include that location for
How would
soldiers
Poland
to
know? They can't count.
die.
Oh,
Oh man.
that's a really old, stupid joke. Okay, I'm gonna read something I just looked up. For the U.S. military branches, including the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, etc., the General Defense Department standard is a history of epilepsy beyond a certain age is typically disqualifying. Current use of AEDs is usually disqualifying. However, medical waivers can sometimes be granted. Key factors usually include age when seizures occurred, type of seizures, cause, how long you have been seizure free, whether you still require medication, EEG, neurological test results.
Wow, yeah, they haven't taken that one away. It says under Army Regulation 40-501, a history of seizures or epilepsy past your sixth birthday is a disqualifying medical condition. So if this person has had one past the age of 6, there's nothing they can do. It says here, even being on medications, it's still a disqualifying condition. So, like I said, if they had one past 6, legally they can't join it, but as we know, this army and administration doesn't care about legality, so you might still be able to sign up, but I guess it depends on which recruitment office they go to.
They take your word for it, or they get hospital records.
I'm sure they would do some sort of scans. It's our
Mhm.
military. They had better do something to check.
No, but
But like I said, who knows
they
about
said
this
depending on when your
administration
last
anymore?
seizure was. So if you just be like, my last seizure was a long time ago, they don't know if you haven't been to the hospital, correct?
Well, like I said, it's the military. They have access to any sort of record that they want, so they can look into it. So you can lie and say, "Oh, I was 5 when the last one I had one," and they'll look into it, and then not only do they know that you're trying to lie to them, but they also know that you had a seizure after your 6th birthday. So I assume having the seizure and lying to the government is probably going to be a little bit worse than just not signing up. But that's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. But I assume lying
Gotcha.
to the government isn't good.
Correct. Um, yeah, I got something down. It says hallucinations. Anyone else get really bad hallucinations? I've been seeing shadow people on and off since my first seizure in May 2023. But it wasn't until recently that it started affecting my mental health. Every time I try and tell a psychiatrist or a neurologist, they just ignore it. But I don't know if I show go on antipsychotics or something. I know epilepsy can cause hallucinations, but does anybody know what I mean? Um, I had some hallucinations. Um, I was, I think it was like around the time I got epilepsy, maybe a little bit before. Um, I was taking Benadryl. We're not supposed to take Benadryl. I didn't know that. This was in the early 2000s. I mean, I think I was going to get epilepsy regardless because I just had a scar that was just waiting for something to happen. Um, and yeah, I had some hallucinations taking Benadryl. I was chasing a dog, and the dog was in the garage. I was trying to chase him down the street, and they were holding me back because the dog was in the garage. He's not down the street. Yeah. Yeah. So
Real.
hallucinations have happened. Go ahead, James.
I was just going to say real quick for the previous person. Um, I typed in military service with seizures. The Epilepsy Foundation website has a decent length page on all the details about it. Unfortunately, there's nothing about getting, you know, passed to serve. There are a couple sections saying upgrading a discharge or changing an administrative discharge. They're basically telling you different ways that you'll be kicked out of it, but there's nothing about being cleared for it. But it might give this person a little more details about it. It's literally
Well,
epilepsy.com. It's on their page. But all I did was the Google search bar. I typed in God, I can't talk. Military service with seizures, and it was one of the first couple of things that popped up under the searches under it. So that might be a little bit more helpful to this person, other than my reply before, which was clearly just opinionated. This one should give a little bit more facts, being that it's, yeah, epilepsy.com. So just for that
well,
previous person, if they're still listening or looking in, that
um,
that might help them out. That's all. I just wanted to throw that out there for the previous person slash question.
Okay.
Fraudulent enlistment is a
Federal
violation
felony.
of the military uh, justice code,
Mm.
including um, hiding of medical history. Um, I mean, to the point that it can be not just discharge, not just forfeiture of benefits. It can lead to criminal charges if you are
Oof.
trying
Yeah.
to get around military restrictions on serving with seizures and they find out. So this is not something to play around with.
Yeah.
Not something to, yeah, not I don't know. It's
Another thing I was thinking of though is, they, like I said, which recruitment, station you go to. The military obviously needs, people, sitting at a desk doing paperwork, people recruiting. So maybe you could go, directly talk to, your local what officers, or recruitment station, whatever the right terminology is, and maybe you could ask them if that type of job is needed, something where if you did have one, all you're doing is sitting at a desk. Obviously those jobs still need to be done by the army, so maybe one of those would be open to you, not necessarily the job that you said you wanted, or going out and being in the field somewhere or something like that, but they still
You
do
can be a
need
mechanic.
people. Yeah, exactly. That way, all you do, like you said, like a mechanic, all you do is you have one, you drop your wrench on the ground, someone
Be
helps
a
you.
lot more serious than that.
there's a lot of situations that you can get into yeah, a lot more dangerous than just dropping a wrench. So
Yeah, I was just using that as the example because that's what he said. Like I said, there's tons of other jobs that need to be done, in the military besides, going overseas and being in the field. There might be something else. He could still at least be a part of, the military, the organization that he wants to be with. It might not exactly be his job, but there's things you're going to have to give up in life when you have epilepsy. This might just be one for him. At least I'm just trying to say there might be a possibility. He just needs to go and talk to people. Don't get your hopes up and expect the job that you wanted, but if you still do want to be part of that, there might be something for you. You just got to go talk to them, read the page I said, something a little more beneficial than my first sarcastic reply. I felt bad
Yeah.
after that. I
So
want to help
basically,
out a bit more. So
Yeah, that's something I would
if you had
always
one after
advise my
six,
younger self.
then
Just take some time and talk to people, get some advice. You don't have to do one route in life.
yeah,
Just
the usual, what's the saying, you don't know until you ask, or whatever that saying is. So it can't hurt to ask. All they can do is tell you, nope, sorry, that doesn't work out for us, but at least you asked, at least you tried, and went down that route, for
yeah,
yourself. You're
at
not
least you
having
try.
that like question hang over your head, for years and years and years, just wondering, what could have been or what could have happened. So give it a shot, my friend, whoever is out there.
mm,
Yeah. Um, I got something here. It says clonazepam and Keppra. I'm looking for shared experiences, as I'm really skeptical about starting this new medication. I have been taking Keppra for 9 years. Recently, my doctor tried 3 different anti-epileptic drugs, but they all caused side effects that prevented me from staying on them. Most recently, I was on clobazam, which resulted in what appeared to be an allergic reaction. Now my doctor is considering switching to clonazepam as a long-term solution for my focal partial seizures. Does anyone have any experience with clonazepam? What was it like? I would appreciate hearing about experiences since I'm concerned about using a benzodiazepine long term. I understand that everyone's body reacts differently, but I haven't encountered many positive accounts of Klonopin. Uh, um, anybody on Klonopin
yep,
as a regular?
I have been in the past. Um, but I haven't been on clobazam. for a comparison point, so I don't know how different it would be. But the side effects that I felt when I was taking Klonopin daily sound very similar to a lot of the side effects that people describe on clobazam. So I don't know if it's a matter of degrees or something, or just individual sensitivities. But I mean, they're both benzodiazepines with long half-lives. Um, I've always been under the impression that Klonopin loses its anticonvulsant effectiveness very quickly when it's taken on a regular daily basis. So um, I'm I was given it for anxiety, and I was overprescribed it at the time by far. So um,
Sorry to hear that.
uh, but it turns out that a lot of those anxiety panic attacks that I was having were actually focal seizures. So I guess it was kind of in a roundabout way, sort of partially correctly treating something, even if it was overprescribed for what it was actually prescribed for. But I don't know, just weird to look back and think about. But yeah, I don't know if any. Do any of you guys have any experience with the clobazam daily and how that would?
I have it, but I didn't take it because they wanted me to take it for my clonics, and those have gotten better with sleep. So someone else told me try getting better sleep. It worked. Didn't need to start that. Got three
I think
refills
I've,
though.
oops, sorry. I think I've been taking it for about, I was looking at a medical record. I think I've been taking it 7 years.
Oh
And
wow!
it, I think that was 2019. I don't throw stuff out a lot, and this was a medical visit that said clobazam, and yeah, I think I'm up to 60 milligrams now, and
Yeah,
yeah, I obviously don't need to increase, but so that worked very well for me, and it controls the that was for the myoclonics, I think mostly. Um,
yeah,
yeah.
that's what they gave it to me for. And they gave me 4 refills. Uh, yeah, 4 refills. Oh wow! It says 4 refills by the 12th of this month. Huh. So I didn't get the amount of
Wait,
pills I was supposed to get. I think I got this like in November
oh,
and never taken them. So
okay.
yeah,
Wait, so you
I
said
don't need
12th
them.
of like May?
Yes.
Damn,
It says
you have enough
refill.
though, man?
I don't take these things. It says
Okay.
refill 4 by 5/12/26.
Okay.
Yeah, once you start it, you
I just
got to
wanted to
keep
make sure
going.
you have
So I don't want any more side effects. I'm cool. Get some sleep, less myoclonics. I mean, if it didn't work, then I would have to go with Clobazam, but it actually worked.
enough. Yeah.
Getting more sleep helped.
All right.
I got something here. It says post seizure, horrible headache, what to take. Hello, all. I had a tonic clonic seizure yesterday, according to my partner. I had 2 seizures back to back that lasted approximately 30 seconds or so. Either way, this was yesterday, and even though my partner told me I didn't hit my head or anything, I was in the bed. My head feels like it got split in half, and I have the worst migraines in my life. The muscle pain in my neck, arm, abdomen was painful. I feel the pressure in my head just by peeing, and I have sorry, you guys. What is this word? Petechia.
Petechiae?
Yeah.
Say it again.
It's like petechiae or petechia. Goes both
Petechia.
ways.
Okay. And it says, and I have petechia around my right eye. Can anyone tell me about a strong painkiller that works for them? I already tried paras- paracetamol, ibuprofen, naproxen in the past in situations like this, but it don't do shit. This headache is driving me insane, and I have to work. Um, I don't know. If they didn't give you anything, then I cannot suggest medications that you were not prescribed live on YouTube or at all.
Yeah, I would
Um,
say you got to ask. I have painkillers myself that I will take them like after a seizure or if my pancreas is acting up. But yeah, I'm not gonna, like Pookie said, I'm not gonna say the name. I won't. I'm not trying to suggest anything. But it sounds like if you've taken
I'm
a few other things, ibuprofen included, um, it sounds like you need to talk to your doctor, ask what's going on. They might be able to prescribe something a little bit stronger. Um, Me being in California, this is completely legal. I can say go ahead and smoke if you want. But there's, like we always say on here, everybody's body reacts differently to everything. So yeah, I'm not going to
right.
suggest something that's a painkiller that can really mess with certain people. So
I
ask your
mean, you can say
doctor to
whatever
maybe
from
prescribe
personal
something
experience.
stronger. I'm
Um,
sorry, what was that, Boogie?
I was saying, of course, you could suggest something that you actually have experience with, but I
Well,
don't have
you
experience
can
with any pain
convey
meds.
experience. I don't know if we should necessarily say suggest from experience. Right. We
Okay,
can just
yeah,
say what's worked for
there you
us.
go. Right. Um,
The only thing that works for the
okay.
after seizure headache is a nap. That's my experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, these past few, I haven't had the headache afterwards, which has been nice. Uh,
I am
yeah.
jealous.
Uh,
My Yeah, my headache
don't be
are
jealous because look what I do have though. My thumb is my thumb is swollen. I got a little piece of it turning purple there, and then I just found the
yeah.
scar here. I just found the scar on my arm, so that's the third wound, and then four would be I got a bite, one in my mouth. It doesn't hurt too much, but I could feel it. Um, then my upper lip was swollen because it had a bite on the inside. Uh, and
I mean,
yeah,
I posted
what
the
else?
picture where I cut open my eye socket and had a swollen black eye and swollen lip and bitten off
I got a
tongue and stuff. I mean, yeah, we
I
get
got a scab on my
sometimes any
knuckles.
of us will get injuries. I just don't want to say, yeah, well, fuck it, whatever. For me, I'm prescribed it. I'm prescribed morphine. It doesn't necessarily fully, make me feel perfect again, but it does help, a little bit with the pain. And clearly that has to be prescribed. So like I was, saying, this person should ask their doctor, because I dislike taking those things, but I also dislike being in pain. So it just depends on the level, the feeling, the injury. It Yeah, as I said, they should ask their doctor, tell them how bad the pain is, see how often it's, coming to them, and yeah, work around that.
Yeah, I just don't want to take more pills just for the fact that they all come with some
Exactly.
type of side effect. Even pain pills, I'm just like, I'll deal with the pain. But I got something here and it says, how do you know if you're having a seizure while you're sleeping? I live alone. How do I know I had a seizure in my sleep?
Take
How you
Uh,
cameras,
feel in the morning.
that too.
yeah.
What
My
did you say, Andrea? I'm sorry, I
get
didn't hear the first.
cameras.
Oh, yep.
I go through the comments here. One says, for me, I don't know. My TCs are not as strong on my meds. I just bought a camera for my nightstand to see if I can catch anything. Another one here says, following this thread, looks like I have another list of concerns for whenever I see a new neuro. I often wake up with a horrible headache, sometimes vertigo. My postictal often feels like being drunk or hungover because I'm so confused and out of it. And my body is extremely sore, which it shouldn't be, happening on a brand new mattress. For those who monitor theirs with cameras, it would be a good idea to ask them how much do those cost and what brand are they? Uh, I got Wise camera and it's pretty good. That's the name brand of it, Wise.
That's what I got too,
W,
because you said WYZE.
yes. Um, yeah, they're good. They tell you when somebody walks by or if something moves or
Yep.
yeah. So um I read a couple more comments. Someone says tongue bites, unexplained muscle soreness, slamming your teeth together. My personal favorite. Extra brain foggy when you wake up. It's a joy. That didn't give any suggestions. Another comment says, as it varies for me, sometimes I wake up on the floor, unexplained bruises, scratches, bloody nose, and often wet myself. I also wake up in the wee hours, short of breath, and in panic. But sometimes none of that happens. I did multiple VEEGs and and it was documented I was having 1 to 2 seizures nightly. The only time I ever thought that I had an overnight seizure, a nocturnal seizure, the exact word, I went to the emergency room and they did all the scans they could. And they told me the only thing you say you have is a headache. Um, so we cannot say you had a seizure. And I was just like, all right. My family was just telling me to come to the hospital because I said I had a seizure. Uh, but you guys are saying nothing happened last night. Some reason I got this metallic taste in my mouth. But you guys said nothing happened. So I told my family that. They're like, no, that can't not be nothing. And yeah, doctors think they know best.
Always do.
The metallic taste can't be the only sign of a seizure, is what they said. So, yeah, they're like we did everything. We see nothing of all you said. You didn't even bite your tongue, bite your cheek, or anything. You're not giving us any sign of a seizure. I'm pretty sure I had one, but I just decided to just say hey and leave. All right, I'm
So
good.
yeah, you walked in and said you had a seizure, and they basically just said, "Prove it."
Yeah.
Mm,
Uh, basically, uh,
I know. It's
uh,
yeah.
yeah, it was just like, well, it wasn't just like my family. My family was easier because I was just like, I think I had a seizure when I was asleep, and they're like, "How are you sure?" I'm like, I got this headache, and they were like, "All right, enough said." Um, Took me to the emergency room. I went to Kaiser, uh, and yeah, they were like, "No, no signs on the MRI, no signs." Whatever else scan they did, all kinds of stuff. They took blood, and then they're just like, "We have no signs of it. All you're saying is a headache." Uh, so I left with a headache. Yeah, they
That
didn't
just
give me
makes
anything
me
for the
mad.
headache either. um, I got something here, and it says, "I'm scared about remembering. I'm back in college after many years away, and I'm going for a degree that requires remembering a lot. Left TLE makes remembering things very, very difficult. I want this degree more than you can imagine, and being in classes is actually helping me feel a little sharper. But between the TLE and my meds, I can't remember shit. Getting into getting into the program requires good grades and nearly perfect test scores, and I don't know if I can do all that with how impaired my memory and cognition are. It's probably it's probably I can willpower my way through it, but remembering is so harder than I thought it would be, and I am so legitimately scared about achieving my dream, even though everyone in the field says to do something else. The last time I talked to my neuro, she suggested lowering the medication doses since I've been seizure free for several years. But I feel auras started sometime. They never progress, but that distorted deja vu hits me sometimes, usually just for a second or two, sometimes gripping me for 10 seconds, but it never turns into anything. Epilepsy likes reminding me that it's still there, waiting for a break, free, waiting to break free of the medication and control my life. Rip apart my brain and take driving away from me, make every hour unpredictable. I've not had a seizure in 7 years, but I know that I could at any time. So I told the neuro that I'm scared about lowering the dose because right now I'm stable and the cognitive side effects, even if the dose is higher than it needs to be, are worth knowing my seizure threshold is low enough. Because I've seen them happen and I know they're close enough to happen, close enough to breaking through that threshold and destabilizing my life again. I'm just paranoid. I need some I need someone to tell me it's not just me. Uh I think what this person is saying that I'm having seizures, but they said auras. They're having auras that don't turn into anything, but the auras are actually seizures. So this person has had a seizure in the last 9 years. I'm like, that's interesting. Tell your neuro that you've been having auras. Because from what I'm told, an aura is a seizure, and you're obviously not seizure free. Um, yeah. One comment here says, "Have you told your neurologist about the auras? I think auras are considered as seizures." That's what I said. Another comment here says, "Man, I feel you, but congrats on being seizure free for years. That's huge. Um, Not sure what country you're in, but in the UK, I got extra time and was in a smaller room along with breaks for all my exams. All these things students can get for a variety of different reasons and pretty easily get extensions for assignments at a uni. My memory is awful, but the extra time helped with giving me a little extra time to remember what I could. One of my triggers is stress, so lowering my dose, especially around exams, was a no go. Um, this person was just asking for advice and they are scared to remember. Um,
I don't know.
yeah, yeah, I guess just scared to remember, but they have bad memory. Uh, um, I got TBI, so I pulled this one out. No one else does, so I read it to myself. TBI, new seizures, trigger warning, anxiety, auto accident. How does everyone cope from the anxiety that comes with everything? I had anxiety disorders before my TBI, subdural hematoma, and some arachnoid involvement. Prefrontal to parietal, parietal, left side, I guess near the central sulcus. These medical words are interesting. I have generalized anxiety disorder and have previously had panic disorder, but the panic attacks had reduced enough that it was far less frequent. Treated with Xanax and propr- propranolol um, and lamotrigine. After my initial hospitalization with the TBI, I hit my head hard on the steering wheel after being hit from behind despite wearing a seatbelt. I was in the CCU for 24 hours before discharge from the hospital. I was not given any preventative seizure medication, nor was I warned I may have seizures. I wasn't home long, maybe 2 hours before I had a focal seizure that intensified to a tonic clonic. I woke up to a house full of paramedics and then had one more tonic clonic and one partial aware focal in the emergency room. Was discharged and put on Keppra. Since then, I had one brief focal seizure and then one long one that lasted between 10 to 20 minutes that resulted in another hospitalization. They upped the Keppra. I feel like anxiety increases my neurological symptoms. I also have a concussion. They changed the Xanax to Ativan. I feel like I have to work extra hard to be calm. I was wondering, what does everyone else what does everyone else do to stay calm and exacerbating avoid exacerbating symptoms? There's more info to give, but I feel like there's that's going to be tiresome to everyone. Everyone knows the drill. Try not to trigger myself, apparently, and stay calm and do comforting things, but I'm still learning regulation. I would describe myself as generally intense, and now I have to calm that. Thanks in advance. Uh, okay. I never taken Xanax. Um, but that's interesting. I don't have suggestions for that. Anybody out there watching? Thanks for watching. And see you guys later. Hope everyone has a good night. Press that thumbs up.